years just threw my stuff in boxes and told me I'd never find anyone better than her. I looked her in the eye and said, I already did. Now I'm wondering if I'm an asshole or if I finally grew a spine. Throwaway because people know my main. Sienna and I had been together since 2022, living together the past year. She's objectively gorgeous, works in PR, knows everyone, always perfectly put together. I'm a QA engineer who wears the same 5 shirts and thinks fancy dining is trying a new ramen place. We worked on paper, I guess, but looking back I ignored a lot of red flags. She'd make comments about my paid-off Civic, my Target jeans, my hobbies, D&D and bouldering. Nothing outright mean, just constant you could do better. Our apartment looked like a West Elm showroom. She picked everything, I paid for it. Vacations, furniture, dinners out. I make decent money and didn't mind treating her, but it started feeling less like partnership and more like I was funding someone else's lifestyle. Then there was Nikolai, her ex from years ago who made it big in fashion. She brought him up constantly. Nikolai would have thought of that. Nikolai always knew the best restaurants. Never met the guy, but I could write his biography from how often he came up. 3 months ago I started hitting this game cafe near work during lunch. Needed space that felt like mine. That's where I met Arya, 26, vet tech who runs a small TikTok about pet care, maybe 70K followers. We played board games, grabbed coffee a couple times. Completely platonic. But I noticed something. I smiled more during those lunch breaks than I had in months. She actually listened when I talked, didn't roll her eyes at my D&D stories. It wasn't romantic, just easy, like talking to someone who liked me as a person. Here's where everything imploded. Last Tuesday I worked a 12-hour shift fixing a vendor's bad update. Sienna texted me around 2 p.m. to pick up her designer heels from the repair shop. I saw it, meant to do it, completely forgot by the time I left at 9 p.m. Came home exhausted, apologized immediately, said I'd grab them before work the next morning. She went cold. You never prioritize me. I ask you for one simple thing and you can't even manage that. I tried explaining about the work crisis. She cut me off. Nikolai would have remembered. He would have set an alarm because that's what you do for someone you actually care about. I said maybe we should talk when we weren't tired. She walked to the bedroom, came back with a moving box and started throwing my clothes into it. You're not ambitious enough, she said. You're comfortable being mediocre. You know the difference between you and someone like Nikolai. He wanted more. You're fine with your little life and your little job and your little hobbies. I stood there feeling nothing, just tired. She threw in my college hoodie and something shifted in her face. Like she'd found a weapon. You're never going to find someone better than me. No one else is going to put up with your mediocrity. No one else is going to look past all your flaws and still choose you. And something in me just clicked into clarity. I already found someone better than you, I said, calm. I just had the decency to end this before pursuing anything. She froze, shirt dangling from her hand. What? I'm not cheating. But yeah, there's someone I've been getting to know as a friend. Someone who treats me like a person instead of an ATM. And the difference made me realize I've been settling. Her face cycled through shock, anger, desperation. Who is she? Doesn't matter. This was already over. I just didn't realize it until you spelled it out. I took the box and finished packing myself. Laptop, chargers, bathroom stuff. Most of the apartment was hers anyway, or stuff she picked that I paid for. Didn't want it. Texted my buddy Dax, can I crash on your couch? He replied in seconds. Doors open, beers cold. Sienna followed me around. You're really leaving over shoes, throwing away 3 years because I got upset. No, I said. I'm leaving because you just told me exactly what you think of me and I'm choosing to believe you. Blocked her number in the elevator. Blocked everything, Instagram, Facebook, Threads, before I got to my car. No final argument, no drama, just done. It's been 5 days. I'm on Dax's couch, meal prepping in his kitchen. Some mutual friends texted asking what happened. Sienna's apparently saying I emotionally cheated and abandoned her after one moment of frustration. I messaged Arya the next day, told her everything, said I needed to be transparent. She appreciated it, said we should take things slow. We got coffee yesterday, first actual maybe date coffee, and it felt right. Easy. But I can't shake the feeling. That look on Sienna's face when I said I'd found better. Part of me feels like I finally stood up for myself. The other part wonders if I was too cruel, even if it was true. Dax says I did the right thing. You didn't cheat, didn't string her along, didn't let her make you feel like shit. That's not being an asshole, that's self-respect. Am I wrong for just walking away like that? Or did I finally find my backbone? Update 1. Thanks for all the responses on the original post. The overwhelming consensus was that I didn't overreact, which honestly helped more than I expected. A few people asked for updates if anything happened. Well, something definitely happened. It's been a week and Sienna's been busy. 3 days after I left, she posted on Instagram. Sometimes you have to let go of boys who will never become men. Queens don't settle for mediocrity. Classic. The comments were full of her friends hyping her up. Paige, Simone, Haley, all the usual crew with "you deserve better" and "his loss, sis." I didn't respond. Didn't even look at it directly. A mutual friend sent me a screenshot because she thought I should know what narrative was being built. I just shrugged. Let her have the story if it makes her feel better. I was done engaging. Then this past Saturday, Arya and I went to an indoor climbing gym. We've been talking more, taking things genuinely slow like we agreed, and she suggested it since I'd mentioned bouldering. It was fun. Easy. We took a photo together at the top of a route, nothing coupley, just two people smiling after a good climb, both of us sweaty and happy. I posted it on Threads with, "Sometimes the best thing is knowing to wait for the right person." I swear I wasn't trying to start anything. I was just happy, like actually happy. First time in months I posted something that wasn't work-related or D&D memes. That photo apparently made the rounds fast. We have maybe a dozen mutual friends with Sienna through various social circles, and within an hour someone must have sent it to her. Within 2 hours, comments started piling up under my post. "Finally see you really smile, man. Arya seems genuinely lovely, happy for you." One guy I barely remember from college engineering classes wrote, "Bro, you've been looking miserable in every photo for like a year. Good for you." That last comment hit different. Had I really looked that miserable? I scrolled back through my Instagram. He wasn't wrong. Even in vacation photos with Sienna, I looked tired, performatively happy at best. Then Paige, one of Sienna's close friends, someone I'd always gotten along with, actually commented, "Wait, didn't you guys just break up like a week ago? That was fast, lol." Not hostile, just questioning, like she was genuinely confused. I didn't reply, but I noticed the vibe shift. People started asking questions in her replies. The clean narrative Sienna had been pushing, noble girlfriend dumps mediocre boyfriend, was starting to show cracks. I screenshot everything. Not to use against anyone, just documentation felt smart. That's when things got genuinely weird. Monday morning, I'm at my desk doing code review when Arya texts me. Is your ex kind of unhinged?" Attached was a screenshot. Someone with a burner account, generic name like Jessica M., no profile picture, account created that same day, had jumped into the comments of Arya's most recent vet care TikTok, the one about dog dental health that had gone semi-viral, like 200K views. The comment, "Watch out for this guy. He cheated on his last girlfriend. Just warning you before he does the same to you." My stomach dropped. Not because I felt guilt, but because the pettiness of it was shocking even for Sienna. I called Arya on my lunch break, explained the whole timeline again, showed her the original breakup texts. She was completely cool about it. "I believe you," she said. "But just so you know, I'm setting the record straight. This is my platform, and I'm not letting some anonymous account spread bullshit." 10 minutes later, she posted an Instagram story. Short, factual, zero emotion. To clarify, since apparently there's confusion, Liam ended his previous relationship cleanly before we started dating. We were friends first for 2 months. Also, everyone in his old building knows about the multiple 2 a.m. visits from someone named Nikolai, so maybe check your own foundation before throwing stones at someone else's. I read it twice. "Wait, how did you know about Nikolai?" "Research," she said. I could hear the smile in her voice. "Also, your ex tried to get cute in your building's resident chat." Okay, that needed explanation. Apparently, Sienna had somehow found out I was staying at Dax's place. She'd posted in our old building's resident group chat, you know, the one that's supposed to be for package delivery notifications and maintenance updates. Her post was something passive-aggressive about people who let their friends violate the overnight guest policy, and some of us actually respect building rules. Arya saw it before the moderator deleted it. One of her coworkers' sisters lives in my old building, small world, and started asking around. Turns out the building manager had gotten multiple noise complaints last year about late-night visitors to our unit. Nikolai's name came up in at least 3 of them. Logged complaints, with timestamps between 2-3 a.m. That detail stopped me cold. I'd asked Sienna about Nikolai visiting maybe 5 or 6 times over the past year. She always had an explanation, just catching up as old friends. He was in the neighborhood, stop being paranoid, I'm allowed to have friends. She made me feel crazy for even asking. Insecure, controlling even, but 2 a.m. Multiple times, loud enough that neighbors complained. I mentioned it to Dax that night while we were making dinner. He went quiet for a second, then said, "Bro, I didn't want to say anything because it wasn't my place, but his car. I'd see it in your visitor parking like once a week. That black Tesla, the one with the custom plates. I noticed because it's a nice car and I wondered who in your building could afford it. Then one time I picked you up for D&D and you mentioned Nikolai drove a Tesla and I just connected the dots. Why didn't you say something?" He shrugged. "What was I gonna say? Hey, your girlfriend's ex's car is here a lot. You would have asked her, she would have had some explanation and I'd look like the paranoid friend trying to start shit. Plus, I figured if something was going on, you'd figure it out eventually." He wasn't wrong. I probably would have defended her back then. Meanwhile, Sienna apparently did not appreciate Arya's Instagram story. She tried the resident group chat again Tuesday morning, this time posting something about how certain people are spreading malicious lies about innocent friendships. The building manager shut it down within 5 minutes. Sent a message to the entire chat reminding everyone that the group is for building announcements only, not personal disputes. Then the manager called me directly later that afternoon. "Hey Liam, Bob from building management. Just wanted to give you a heads up since your name came up. I pulled the complaint logs from last year when your situation got raised in the chat. Found 3 separate noise complaints filed against your unit. All between 2-3 a.m., all specifically mentioning a male visitor in the reports. 2 mentioned luxury vehicle blocking the fire lane. Just thought you should know in case this becomes a legal thing." I thanked him, saved his contact info, and just sat there for a minute, stared at my phone. 3 years. 3 years of her calling Nikolai ancient history while apparently maintaining whatever the hell this was. I haven't told Arya about Bob's call yet. Part of me doesn't want to drag her deeper into this mess. She's been nothing but understanding and patient, but this feels like it's spiraling into something way bigger than a bad breakup. This feels like Sienna's unraveling and I'm just watching it happen from a distance. Dax's take. "Let it play out, man. You're not even engaging and she's still finding ways to make herself look worse. The best revenge is living well and apparently she can't handle you doing exactly that." Maybe he's right, but something about this feels off. Sienna's not just hurt or embarrassed, she's desperate, and desperate people make bad decisions. Should I be documenting all this more formally? Like lawyer-level documentation. Edit. A few people are asking why I care about the Nikolai thing now. Honestly, I don't care whether she cheated. We're done regardless. But it's the lying, the gaslighting, calling me paranoid and insecure for 3 years when apparently the whole building knew something was up. That's what's messing with my head. Update 2. I need to document this while it's still fresh because the past week has been absolutely insane. So remember how I was wondering if I should be worried about Sienna's escalation. Turns out I should have been very worried. Last Wednesday, exactly 2 weeks after the breakup, I got a call from an unknown number. Normally I don't answer those, but something made me pick up. Woman's voice, professional, careful. "Is this Liam Walters? My name is Rebecca. This is awkward, but I'm Nikolai Petrov's wife." I almost dropped my phone. She said she'd been doing some overdue investigating into her husband's activities and found my name in some old text exchanges. Asked if I'd be willing to confirm a timeline. I was honest with her, told her about Sienna constantly bringing up Nikolai, about the building complaints about the 2-3 a.m. visits. She thanked me, said she appreciated my candor, and hung up. I felt like I'd just testified in a trial I didn't know existed. Then Thursday happened. Thursday morning, I'm in a stand-up meeting when my phone starts blowing up. Texts from people I haven't talked to in months, DMs on LinkedIn of all places. I stepped out of the meeting and checked. Sienna had been fired. From what I pieced together through the gossip chain, Nikolai's wife did more than just call me. She apparently went through his email and found messages between him and Sienna. But here's the kicker: Sienna had been using her work email, her company email, to send personal photos to a client's husband. Because Nikolai's company was literally a client of her PR firm. The company found out, pulled her access logs, discovered she'd been using company equipment for personal communications with someone connected to an active campaign. That alone was a terminatable offense. Add in that the messages were inappropriate and involved a client relationship. Done. She was walked out by security Wednesday afternoon. I found this out because Haley, one of Sienna's friends from the original Hype Squad, sent me a DM. Look, I know you guys had a messy breakup, but did you have anything to do with Sienna losing her job? I sent her a screenshot of Rebecca's call log and said, I answered a question from someone's wife. That's it. Whatever consequences followed were from Sienna's own choices. She left me on read. I thought that was the peak of the drama. I was wrong. Friday morning, 6:47 a.m., I'm dead asleep on Dax's couch when his doorbell starts ringing. Not a quick press like someone's leaning on it, then pounding on the door. Dax stumbles out of his bedroom looking confused as hell. We both check the doorbell camera app. It's Sienna. She's crying while yelling at the door. I know you're in there, Liam. I know you did this. You ruined my life. Dax and I just stared at each other. He mouthed, what the hell? I grabbed my phone to call the non-emergency police line, but Dax was already on it. While I'm on hold, Sienna's still out there. You turned everyone against me. You couldn't just let me move on. You had to destroy everything. Two of Dax's neighbors opened their doors to see what was happening. One of them, older guy named Mr. Kim, actually stepped out and said, Miss, it's not even 7 a.m. You need to leave or I'm calling the police. Sienna turned on him. You don't understand. He ruined my life. He made me lose my job. He turned my friends against me. That's when I heard sirens. 2 police officers showed up within minutes. The doorbell camera caught everything. Sienna trying to explain through tears, the officers asking her to calm down, asking if she lived there, asking her to leave the property. She made the mistake of saying, I just need him to understand what he did to me. One of the officers' body language changed. He asked her if she'd been asked to leave. She said yes. He asked if she had any reason to be on the property. She said no. He very calmly informed her that she was being issued a warning for harassment, that any further contact with me or attempts to come to this address would result in arrest, and that she needed to leave immediately. Dax opened the door after she left, gave the officers our side, showed them the doorbell footage, explained the situation. They took a report, gave me a case number, told me to contact them if she tried anything else. I sat on Dax's couch for 20 minutes just processing. She really did that. Actually showed up screaming at 6 a.m. like I was the villain in her story. Dax made coffee. So, he said, that was new. But it gets better or worse, depending on your perspective. Over the weekend, the friend group apparently had a reckoning. Simone, another one of Sienna's crew, posted in their group chat, I know this because Paige screenshotted and sent it to me, apparently mid-defection. She said she'd lent Sienna $800 back in March for a car repair emergency that Sienna never paid back. Then Haley chimed in saying Sienna borrowed $500 in January for urgent medical bills that also never got repaid. They started comparing notes, dates, amounts, excuses. The group chat turned into an evidence dump. Then Paige dropped a bomb. She'd been digging through some old Instagram accounts and found at least 5 burner accounts, all created within the past 2 weeks, all with similar generic names, all commenting on Arya's posts or my posts with variations of he's a cheater and she's a homewrecker. They confronted Sienna in the chat. She left the group, deactivated her Instagram by Sunday night. Then yesterday, Monday afternoon, I got a call from Sienna's dad. I'd met him maybe 3 times. Decent guy, works in insurance, seemed normal. He sounded exhausted. Liam, I'm sorry to bother you. I'm trying to understand what happened. Sienna's given us 3 different versions of the story and I need to know the truth. I told him everything. The breakup, the social media campaign, the burner accounts, the showing up at Dax's place. Sent him the doorbell footage, the police report number, screenshots from the building manager about the noise complaints. He thanked me, said he appreciated my honesty. This morning I got a text from him. Thank you for your transparency. We're getting Sienna help. She won't be contacting you again. I don't know what help means. Therapy, intervention, moving back home. I didn't ask. Arya's been incredible through all of this. Calm, supportive, but also real. She told me last night, I know you didn't ask for any of this, but I need you to know I'm not scared off. This is her crisis, not yours. We're good. That might be the most reassuring thing anyone said to me in years. Dax's take. Your ex just speed ran the consequences of her own actions. You didn't do anything except exist and move on. I think he's right. But man, watching someone implode in real time is surreal. Edit. Someone asked about pressing charges. The police said the warning is on file. If she violates it, they'll arrest her. Unless she contacts me again, I'm leaving it at that. I don't want revenge. I just want peace. Final update. It's been almost 2 months since I packed my boxes and left. Figured I owed you all a final update since so many people followed this whole mess. First, the Sienna situation. It's over. Completely. About 3 weeks after the police warning, she tried one last play. She started a blog, one of those anonymous, surviving a toxic relationship, trauma dump sites. Changed names but kept enough identifying details that anyone who knew the situation would recognize it. The whole narrative was flipped. I was the manipulative one, she was the victim who escaped. Arya was the other woman who helped him isolate me from friends. It might have worked if she hadn't been spectacularly stupid about it. She shared it on LinkedIn, her professional LinkedIn, with her real name attached, where her former employer could see it. The PR firm's lawyers sent her a cease and desist within 48 hours. Apparently her severance agreement included a non-disparagement clause and writing a blog that painted them as complicit in her abuse. She'd mentioned the company by name, violated it. They threatened legal action if she didn't take it down immediately. She deleted the whole thing within a day. But the internet never forgets. Screenshots had already circulated. Someone sent them to Arya's TikTok comments. That's how I found out about it. Here's where it gets almost poetic. Rebecca, Nikolai's wife, commented on one of Arya's videos. Arya had posted something pretty standard about her work at the vet clinic, showing a dog recovering from surgery, talking about resilience and healing. Rebecca's comment was simple. Some people think they're the main character of everyone's story. Turns out they're just the villain of their own. Wishing you both happiness. Arya and I just stared at that comment for a solid minute. It felt like, I don't know, closure from an unexpected place. As for Sienna's current situation, from what I've heard through the mutual friend grapevine, which has gotten very small, her parents cut her off financially and moved her back to their place upstate. She's working part-time at a grocery store. Her social media is completely wiped. No Instagram, no LinkedIn, nothing. I have no idea if she's actually getting better or just laying low. Honestly, I don't think about it much anymore. Now for the good stuff. Arya and I moved in together last month. I know, fast by some standards, but when you know, you know. We found a small 2-bedroom place with good natural light and space for a home office. She uses the 2nd bedroom for filming her vet content. I use a corner of the living room for my home setup. It works. We adopted a dog 2 weeks ago, mixed breed rescue, maybe 3 years old, calm temperament. Arya named him Pixel. When I asked why, she said, because the resolution of your life just got significantly better. I groaned. She was proud of the pun. I'm still playing D&D on Thursdays. Arya joins sometimes, though she's terrible at combat strategy and keeps trying to befriend the villains. It's endearing. We go bouldering together on weekends. She's getting better, made it up a V4 route last week and was so excited she nearly fell off celebrating. Dax hosted a housewarming party for us last weekend. Small thing, maybe a dozen people, beer and pizza. He gave a toast to Liam, who didn't win anything because this wasn't a competition. He just chose peace. And apparently peace comes with a cool girlfriend and a dog named after a computer graphics term. Everyone laughed. Arya squeezed my hand. The thing is, Dax was right. I didn't win against Sienna. There was no victory. She imploded because of her own choices, her own patterns, her own inability to take responsibility. I just stopped participating, stopped funding it, stopped accepting the narrative that I wasn't enough. And what I found on the other side wasn't better in the way Sienna would have measured it. Arya doesn't have a massive Instagram following or a glamorous job or connections to fashion entrepreneurs. She has a 2016 Honda Fit and rewears the same jeans and gets genuinely excited about dog dental health. But she sees me. Not my wallet, not my potential as a status accessory. Just me. The guy who plays D&D and goes bouldering and gets excited about fixing code. And somehow that's exactly what I needed. Life's too short to be someone's disappointing consolation prize. Thanks for following this saga, Reddit. Sometimes you just need strangers on the internet to confirm you're not crazy. Peace out. I've got a dog walk to take and a D&D session to prep. Story 2. I shipped my ex-girlfriend's belongings to her ex-boyfriend's house. Everyone's calling me petty. Some context. I'm a data analyst, Clara's a marketing coordinator. We'd been together for 2 years, living in my apartment for the last 8 months. I say my apartment because the lease is solely in my name. She moved in with me, never added to the paperwork. This matters later. Clara has this thing about closure with her exes. When we first started dating, she explained she likes staying friends with people from her past, maintaining connections, getting coffee occasionally to check in. I didn't love it, but I'm not the jealous type and I wanted to be the understanding boyfriend. She'd meet up with her ex Marco every few months, always framed as casual, always just catching up. About 6 weeks ago, the frequency picked up. She'd mention Marco more often. Marco's thinking about switching jobs. Marco tried that new Thai place. Marco and I are grabbing coffee Thursday. I asked her once if something was going on and she got defensive. Said I was being insecure. I dropped it. 3 nights ago she came home around 10 p.m. from dinner with a friend. I was on the couch, TV on in the background, not really watching anything. I kept it casual. How was dinner with Marco? She looked at me for a long moment, then smiled in this way that made my stomach drop. It's honestly funny that you're jealous over me seeing an ex. Maybe you're not really qualified to be a boyfriend. I didn't say anything. Didn't argue, didn't raise my voice. I just nodded and went to bed. But here's the thing, that sentence crystallized something I'd been ignoring for months. The small comments about me being too logical, the eye rolls when I wanted to discuss problems, the way she'd reframe every disagreement to make me the bad guy. That one line made me realize I was done. She left for work early the next morning. I took the day off. I went to Home Depot, bought 12 moving boxes and packing tape. Then I came back and systematically packed every single thing that belonged to Clara. Clothes, shoes, toiletries, books, her laptop charger, everything. I didn't damage anything. I organized it methodically. While I was packing, I found an old Christmas card from Marco tucked in one of her drawers. It had his return address on the envelope. I stared at it for probably 30 seconds. I called a premium same-day courier service. Cost me $340, but they picked up all 12 boxes within 2 hours and delivered them directly to Marco's address by 6 p.m. that same day. The dispatcher asked if I wanted to include a message. I said no. I kept the receipt and tracking information, printed it out, and left it on the kitchen counter where Clara's keys used to sit. Next to it, I left a sticky note. Tracking info for your belongings. Delivered to Marco's address per the return label I found in your drawer. Then I changed the smart lock code on my apartment door. Clara started calling around 7 p.m. I didn't answer. By 9 p.m., I had 17 missed calls and a voicemail inbox full of messages that progressed from confused, "Where's my stuff?" to angry, "You can't just kick me out," to threatening, "My mom's calling her lawyer." One voicemail was her crying, saying she had nowhere to go. Another was her screaming that I was psychotic and dangerous. The most recent one was oddly calm, almost sweet, asking if we could just talk about this like adults. I still didn't respond. I sat there with my phone face down on the coffee table, drinking tea, watching the notification numbers climb. The texts started coming in waves. "This is illegal. You're abusing me. I'm calling the police." I screenshotted everything, backed it up to 3 different places. Data analyst habits die hard. Here's my logic: she doesn't pay rent. Her name isn't on the lease. She's legally a guest in my apartment, and according to my lease clause 6C, guests can't stay more than 14 consecutive days without written landlord approval. She never got that approval because she wasn't supposed to be a permanent resident. But now my phone won't stop buzzing. Clara's telling people I threw her out on the street. I shipped her belongings to a heated house. Her mom Linda called me this morning screaming about how I'm a monster, how her daughter has rights, how I'm going to hear from their attorney. 3 of our mutual friends have sent me messages ranging from "Dude, what the hell?" to "That's hilarious, she had it coming." Joel sent me a disappointed paragraph about how he thought I was better than this. Nina messaged Clara supportive emojis in the group chat where Clara's telling her version of events. Meanwhile, my friends Rena and Tom have been suspiciously quiet, which usually means they're processing. I'm second-guessing myself. Did I overreact to one comment? Should I have had a conversation first, given her time to find a place? Was shipping everything to Marco's house too far? Am I the asshole here? Update 1. It's been 3 days since I shipped Clara's stuff to Marco's place. I appreciate everyone who commented, even the ones calling me petty or worse. It helped me process whether I actually did something wrong or just something unconventional. The situation has evolved. The day after my original post, Linda, Clara's mom, called me again. Not screaming this time. She'd switched tactics to calm and reasonable, which honestly felt more dangerous. "Ethan, I've spoken with our family attorney. Clara has established residency in your apartment. You can't legally evict her without proper notice. She has rights. You need to let her back in while this gets sorted out properly." I've been expecting this. I had my lease agreement pulled up on my laptop while she talked. "Linda, with respect, Clara was never a resident. She was a guest. My lease explicitly states in Clause 6C that guests cannot stay more than 14 consecutive days without written approval from the landlord. Clara never obtained that approval. I've already notified Mr. Blake, my building manager, that my guest has departed the premises." Silence on the other end. Then, "That's ridiculous. She lived there for 8 months. "She stayed there for 8 months, I corrected. "Her name isn't on the lease. She doesn't pay rent. She never received mail there under her name. She maintained her driver's license with your address as her residence. Legally, she was a guest who overstayed the guest policy." "You can't just—" "I can, actually. And I have documentation. Would you like me to forward you the building policy and Mr. Blake's confirmation email?" She hung up. I did send Mr. Blake that email, by the way. Subject line: "Notice of guest departure, Unit A12. Professional brief, exactly what the building policy requires." He responded within 2 hours. "Noted. Resident file updated. Thank you for following proper notification procedures." I saved that email in 3 places. The friend group situation got messier. Our friend group has this chat called Weekend Crew: me, Clara, Rena, Tom, Joel, and Nina. Clara posted in there the day after the shipping incident. I'd been muted since the breakup but checked it Thursday night. Here's what she wrote. "I know some of you have heard Ethan's version of what happened. I need you to know the truth. He completely lost control. I came home from having dinner with a friend and he started screaming at me about trust and insecurity. The next day while I was at work, he threw all my belongings out of the apartment. Literally threw them. I have no idea where half my stuff is. He changed the locks and won't let me in. I'm staying at my mom's and filing a police report because this is literally domestic abuse. I'm devastated and I don't feel safe. None of that happened. Well, except the locks and her staying at her mom's. Joel responded immediately with OMG Clara, I'm so sorry. Nina sent hearts. Tom reacted with a thinking emoji but didn't comment. Rena sent me a private message Friday afternoon. Hey, can I call you? When we talked, she got straight to it. I'm not saying I don't believe Clara, but her story doesn't match what I know about you, and some details don't add up. Did you throw her stuff out? No, I packed everything carefully, labeled the boxes, and paid for same-day courier service to deliver them undamaged. Delivered where? To her ex-boyfriend Marco's house. Rena was quiet for a moment, then laughed. You're kidding. That's either genius or psychotic, and I honestly can't tell which. I found his address on an old Christmas card in her drawer. Seemed like the appropriate destination given the circumstances. What circumstances exactly? So I told her about the comment about Clara's pattern of reframing every discussion, about trying to address my concerns and being called controlling. Rena listened to all of it. Can you send me screenshots, she asked, of the texts where she's calling you abusive and anything that shows you tried to talk to her before this? I sent her 3 things. A text from Clara last month where she admitted she'd lied to me about where she was one evening. She'd said dinner with coworkers, but actually met up with Marco. I'd only found out because her coworker Jess mentioned she wasn't at the dinner. The shipping receipt with Marco's address clearly visible, showing 12 boxes, packed items list, signature on delivery confirmation. The text from 3 weeks ago where I asked Clara if we could talk about the frequency of her meetups with Marco and her response, I'm not having this conversation again. You're being insecure and honestly it's unattractive. Maybe work on your self-confidence before you interrogate me about my friendships. Rena responded after 10 minutes. Tom and I are on your side. We're going to talk to Joel and Nina. I appreciated it, but I told her not to start a war in the friend group on my behalf. If they believe her version, that's fine. I don't need to defend myself to everyone. It's not about defending you, Rena said. It's about not letting someone lie about domestic abuse when there's evidence she's the one manipulating the situation. Rena and Tom did say something in the weekend crew chat, apparently. I didn't see it because I'd left the group by then, but Tom texted me. We backed you up with facts. Joel and Nina didn't respond. I think the group's done. That's fine with me, honestly. I'd rather have 2 friends who believe evidence than 4 friends who pick sides based on whoever cries first. The last development came last night. Linda called again around 9 p.m. Her voice had completely shifted, warm, apologetic, almost sweet. Ethan, honey, I'm so sorry about how I spoke to you before. I was upset and Mama Bear protective, you understand. But I'm calling about something important. When Clara was packing to move in with you originally, she left behind her grandmother's pearl necklace. It's a family heirloom, very sentimental. I know you're angry at Clara, but could we possibly come by for just 5 minutes to look for it? It might be in the back of a closet or a drawer somewhere. It would mean the world to her grandmother. Everything about this felt wrong. The tone, the timing, the specificity. Let me check the apartment this weekend, I said. If I find it, I'll ship it to you. Oh, we couldn't ask you to do that. We can just come by tomorrow morning. We'll be very quick. I'll let you know if I find it. Thanks for calling, Linda. I hung up before she could push harder. Here's the thing. I'm 99% sure this is a Trojan horse. She wants to get into the apartment. Once she's inside, Clara discovers something else that's essential, or Linda decides something's damaged and I'm liable, or they just refuse to leave and I'm stuck dealing with another eviction situation. But that 1% of uncertainty is bothering me. What if there really is a pearl necklace? I'm checking my doorbell camera footage tomorrow. I have one of those smart doorbells that records everyone who comes and goes. If Clara left wearing jewelry, it'll be on video. Am I being paranoid, or is this as much of a setup as it sounds? Update 2, Saturday morning. I woke up at 6 a.m., made coffee, and sat down with my laptop to review the doorbell footage. My smart doorbell keeps 30 days of recordings, time stamped and date stamped. I went back to the day Clara left. The morning she went to work early before I started packing. She left at 7:42 a.m. The video quality is crystal clear. She's wearing the pearl necklace. It's right there in 1080p, 3 graduated strands of pearls with a gold clasp, catching the hallway light as she locks the door behind her. You can even see her adjust it with her hand before she heads toward the elevator. I checked the footage from when she came back that evening around 7 p.m., right after the boxes had been delivered to Marco's, still wearing it. I clipped the relevant 10 seconds of video, exported it with the timestamp visible 7:42 a.m. date clearly shown, and attached it to an email. 2. Linda subject, RE, pearl necklace body. Linda, good news. I reviewed my doorbell camera footage from the day Clara departed. I've attached a clip showing her leaving the apartment that morning. As you can see, the pearl necklace was not left behind. I hope this resolves your concerns. Best, Ethan. I hit send at 6:47 a.m. By 9 a.m. I still hadn't heard back. Not a text, not a call, nothing. The silence was deafening. And honestly, it told me everything I needed to know. That wasn't about a necklace. That was about getting back into my apartment, probably with some plan to reclaim abandoned property or establish that she still had access or who knows what else. The camera saved me from whatever they were planning. Around noon, I got a text from an unknown number. "Hey man, this is Marco. Got your number from the shipping label. We need to talk." My stomach dropped. I've been so focused on dealing with Clara and Linda that I hadn't thought much about how Marco was handling having 12 boxes of his ex-girlfriend's belongings show up at his door. I called him back. He answered on the first ring. "So," he said, "that was an interesting delivery. Look, I'm sorry for dragging you into this. It was, don't apologize, I get it. Clara told me what happened from her perspective, obviously. But then she asked if she could move into my spare room temporarily while she figured things out. I said no. She asked again the next day, and the day after that. She started showing up at my place without calling first. I didn't say anything. I was listening to him describe my last 2 years in fast forward. It took me 2 weeks to get her to fully move out, Marco continued. 2 weeks of her leaving things behind so she'd have an excuse to come back, of her texting me at midnight asking to talk, of her telling our mutual friends I was being cold and unsupportive during her crisis. Man, I dated her for 6 months 3 years ago and I'm still dealing with the fallout. You dodged a missile. I'm realizing that, I said. The thing is, Marco said, and I could hear him choosing his words carefully, Clara's really good at making you feel like you're the problem, like you're too jealous, too controlling, too something. And by the time you realize she's been rewriting the whole story, you're already in too deep. Yeah. Anyway, I wanted to give you a heads up. She's probably going to escalate before she backs off. That's the pattern, and honestly. Your move with the shipping boxes was brilliant. Clean break, all her stuff accounted for. No way for her to claim you destroyed anything or kept her hostage or whatever story she was planning. Well played. We talked for another 10 minutes. He told me about the time Clara accused him of financial abuse because he didn't want to split rent 50-50 when she was staying at his place 4 nights a week but kept her own apartment. About how she'd text his mom directly to complain about him. About how she'd show up at his work just to say hi after they'd broken up. I should have warned you when you started dating her, Marco said. But I figured maybe she'd changed, or maybe it was just our dynamic that was toxic. I'm sorry I didn't. Not your responsibility, I told him. But I appreciate you telling me now. After we hung up, I sat there for a while processing the conversation. It wasn't satisfying exactly, but it was validating. The Clara I'd experienced wasn't a one-off bad relationship phase. It was a pattern. That afternoon, I checked the weekend crew chat one last time before fully muting it. Rena had posted screenshots of the evidence I'd sent her, the text where Clara admitted lying, the shipping receipt, and her insecurity comment. Above the screenshots she'd written, "Before anyone else jumps to conclusions, here's the actual documentation." Clara wasn't thrown out. She wasn't screamed at. Her belongings were carefully packed and shipped to an address Ethan found in her own drawer. She's the one who lied about where she was going and who she was seeing. I know it's easier to believe the person who's crying, but sometimes the person crying is the one who created the situation. Tom and I are out of this group if we're expected to support someone making false abuse claims. Tom had added, "Yep, we're done." Joel and Nina didn't respond. I left the group without commenting. Rena and Tom both texted me separately after. Rena said, "You okay?" And Tom sent "Beer Friday if you want to talk." I appreciated it. The silence from Clara and Linda was almost eerie. No more calls, no more texts, no more threats about lawyers. I kept expecting another escalation, but nothing came. Maybe the video evidence shut it down. Maybe Marco told Clara he'd back me up if things went legal. Maybe Linda realized they didn't have a case. I don't know. What I do know is that I spent Sunday afternoon rearranging my apartment. Moved the couch to where it used to be before Clara decided she didn't like that layout. Took down the decorative mirror she'd insisted on hanging in the bedroom. Replaced the bathroom hand towels with ones that didn't match her coastal aesthetic that I'd never liked anyway. Small changes, but they felt significant, like I was reclaiming the space. My coworker Zach offered to let me crash at his place for a few days if I needed distance from the apartment while things settled down. I took him up on it for 3 nights, stayed on his couch, worked from his kitchen table, slept better than I had in months. Sometimes you need physical distance to get mental clarity. I also called Mr. Blake and asked about changing the physical lock, not just the smart lock code. He said he'd have it done by Wednesday and add the cost to next month's rent. Worth every penny. By the end of the week, I was back in my apartment full time. No drama, no surprise visits, no frantic calls, just quiet. I even went back to the gym for the first time in 3 weeks. It felt good to have a routine again that wasn't centered around managing someone else's emotions. I don't know what Clara's doing now or where she ended up living. I don't want to know. Marco and I aren't friends, but we exchanged a good luck before we stopped texting. Rena and Tom invited me to a board game night next weekend. Joel and Nina are, somewhere in the distance, I guess. I'm realizing I don't need to keep tabs on everyone's opinion of me. The people who matter saw the evidence and made up their own minds. Everyone else can think whatever they want. Edit, a lot of people are asking about the friend group. Joel and Nina have been completely silent, no messages to me, no comments in any group chats. I think they're embarrassed but don't want to admit they picked wrong. That's fine. Rena and Tom have been solid, which is what matters. Final update. It's been about 3 months since I shipped Clara's belongings to Marco's place, and people keep DMing me asking for an update. I wasn't planning to post again, but enough people have asked that I figure I owe you all closure on this situation. The short version, it's over. Completely, definitively over. I haven't heard from Clara or Linda since the doorbell video. No calls, no texts, no coincidental run-ins. The silence has been absolute and honestly kind of surreal after weeks of constant escalation. I kept waiting for another shoe to drop, another manipulation attempt, another friend group ambush, something, but nothing came. The evidence shut it down cold. I did get one message from Linda about a month after everything went quiet. Just, "Clara is doing well, I hope you are too." I didn't respond. There's nothing left to say to each other. The apartment looks completely different now. I repainted the bedroom from that cream color Clara insisted onto a dark blue I actually like. Bought a new area rug for the living room. Replaced the coastal aesthetic nonsense with furniture that's actually comfortable instead of Instagram-worthy. I've got my climbing gear hanging on the wall now, which Clara always said looked too bachelor pad. Turns out I like bachelor pad. I'm sleeping better. Like genuinely well rested for the first time in probably a year. I didn't realize how much mental energy I was spending on managing Clara's moods, anticipating her reactions, trying to be the right amount of attentive without being suffocating or the right amount of independent without being distant. It's exhausting when you write it out like that. Living it was worse. Work's been good. Got assigned to lead a new analytics project last month, something I'd been hoping for but didn't have the bandwidth to pursue when I was dealing with Clara's drama. My manager actually commented that I seem more focused lately. I didn't tell her why, but yeah, Not constantly checking my phone for crisis texts probably helped. Zach and I grab lunch a couple times a week now. Turns out he's a solid friend beyond just offering his couch during the immediate aftermath. We went to a hockey game 2 weeks ago. It was good to just exist around someone without having to explain or justify or defend anything. The friend situation stabilized in a weird way. Rena and Tom are great. We do board game nights every couple weeks, got dinner last Friday, normal friend stuff. They never bring up Clara unless I do, which I appreciate. Joel and Nina, they're just gone. No dramatic falling out, no confrontation, just a mutual fade. I saw Joel at a coffee shop a few weeks ago, and we did that awkward head nod thing and kept walking. That's fine. I don't need friends who require a full evidentiary hearing before they'll believe I'm not an abuser. Marco and I aren't friends exactly, but we've texted a few times. He checked in after a month to make sure I wasn't dealing with any blowback. I told him about the silence and he said, "Yeah, that tracks. Once the manipulation doesn't work, she just moves on to someone else who'll engage with it." Dark, but probably accurate. He also told me Clara's been posting on social media about healing from toxic relationships and learning to recognize red flags. The irony is not lost on me. I don't follow her accounts, but Marco sent me a screenshot once of a post where she talked about men who use the legal system to control women. I just laughed. Let her rewrite history for her audience. I've got the receipts filed away if I ever need them. I went on a date last week. First one since Clara. It was fine. Nice woman, interesting conversation, but I kept catching myself checking for red flags that probably weren't there. At one point, she mentioned grabbing coffee with her ex to return some books, and I felt this spike of anxiety before I realized that's actually normal. Healthy people can be cordial with their exes without it being a manipulation tactic. I'm working on recalibrating what normal looks like. Mr. Blake actually stopped me in the lobby 2 weeks ago to tell me the building management appreciated how I handled the guest situation professionally and by the book. I think someone else in the building had a messier eviction issue recently, and he was comparing notes. I just nodded and said I tried to follow the rules. He seemed pleased. I'm qualified to be someone's partner in an actual relationship built on mutual respect and clear communication. Just not hers. I'm doing okay. Better than okay, actually. My apartment is mine again. My time is mine. My mental energy is mine. I don't have to explain where I'm going or justify who I'm texting or manage anyone's emotional narrative about my character. Thanks for all the support, advice, and reality checks throughout this whole thing. I appreciate that more than you know. Story 3. I was supposed to get married 3 days ago. Outdoor ceremony, 150 guests. Her parents dropped like $40 K on this thing. I called it off at the altar. Not before, at the altar. When the officiant asked, "Do you take this woman?" I said, "I do not," and told everyone why. But let me back up. Claire and I had been together for 4 years, engaged for 8 months. She's a marketing manager, I'm in software sales. We bought a condo together last year. Everything was on track. 6 weeks before the wedding, she went to Miami for her bachelorette party. 5 days, Thursday through Monday. Her sister Megan organized the whole thing, 8 girls, nice hotel on South Beach, the works. I wasn't worried. I mean, I trusted her. She came back with all the usual photos. Brunch, pool, clubs. Everyone looked like they had a good time. One thing that struck me as weird, though, there was this gap in the Instagram posts. Like Thursday through Friday, they're posting constantly. Saturday, nothing until late Sunday morning. I didn't think much of it at first. Maybe they were just too hungover to post, right? Then my buddy Ryan called me. He works hospitality at the Fontainebleau, one of the big hotels down there. He said he saw Claire on Saturday night, around 11 p.m. in the lobby, holding hands with some guy. They took the elevator up together. I thought he had to be mistaken. Wrong person, similar looking, whatever. But Ryan's known Claire for years. We all went to college together. He was sure. Said he almost went up to say hi until he realized what he was seeing. I asked Claire about Saturday night, real casual. "How was that day? See anything cool?" She said they'd just done a girls' day spa stuff, then went to bed early because everyone was exhausted. No guys, no going out, all just them. That's when I knew Ryan wasn't wrong. I pressed her a little more over the next couple days. The stories kept shifting. First it was we stayed in. It was we might have bar. There were some guys there, but we weren't really talking to them. Every version different. Every version with less detail than you'd expect. I didn't tell her what Ryan saw. I just asked her sister Megan separately. Megan got weird, said, I don't really remember Saturday night that well. Which is bullshit because Megan's the type who remembers everything and usually overshares. So I called Ryan back, asked him to do me a favor and check if he could find out who the guy was. Hotel policy is strict about privacy, but Ryan's worked there for 6 years and knows people. He came back 2 days later with a name. Matt Thompson. Matt, her ex-boyfriend from college. The one who moved to Atlanta for work. The one she said she barely thinks about anymore. I didn't confront her, I sat on it, and I asked Ryan if there was any way to confirm they were actually together. He said he'd already thought of that. Pulled the room service logs for Matt's room that night. Champagne, chocolate-covered strawberries, 2 entrees, delivered at 12:47 a.m. Breakfast for 2 delivered Sunday at 9:15 a.m. Matt had booked the room 3 weeks before the bachelorette party. VIP package. Same weekend. That's not a coincidence. That's premeditated. I had all this information 4 weeks before the wedding. I could have called it off then, probably should have, but honestly, I was so angry I couldn't think straight. And then something occurred to me. Claire kept acting normal. Better than normal, actually. She was more affectionate, more engaged with wedding planning. She'd text me throughout the day about cake tastings and flower arrangements. At night she'd talk about our honeymoon to Greece like nothing had happened. Her parents kept paying deposits. The venue, the caterer, the photographer. Her mom was crying about how beautiful the dress looked during the final fitting. Her dad pulled me aside and said he couldn't be happier about gaining a son. And then Matt RSVP'd yes to the wedding, responded to the invitation we'd sent out months ago. He was coming. He was going to watch. I realized something. She thought she got away with it. She thought what happens in Miami stays in Miami. And I remembered something she'd said to me a year ago during a conversation about one of her friends who'd cheated. She'd said, and I quote, I mean, if you're not married yet, it's not really cheating. You're still technically free agents. I didn't argue with her at the time, seemed like a theoretical discussion. But now I knew that's exactly how she justified it to herself. We're not married yet, so it doesn't count. It's not real betrayal if there's no ring ceremony. So I decided to let her keep thinking that. Right up until there was supposed to be a ring ceremony. I told Tom, my best man, showed him everything. He said I was either brilliant or freaking insane, possibly both. He asked if I was sure. I was sure. He said he'd back me up either way. We had the rehearsal dinner 2 nights ago. Matt was there. I watched him talk to Claire near the bar. Watched her laugh at something he said. Watched her touch his arm. When I asked her about it later, she said, oh, Matt. Yeah, he's here. I didn't know he was coming. We were just catching up, talking about college. It's not weird, is it? Not weird, right. I didn't sleep much that night. Kept thinking maybe I should just cancel the whole thing, send everyone home, end it quietly. But then I'd think about how much effort she'd put into maintaining this lie. How many times she'd looked me in the eye and acted like everything was perfect. How her sister knew and said nothing. How she was still texting Matt, yeah, I checked her phone while she was asleep. I know that's shitty, but we're past that now. So yeah, that's where things stood when I woke up Saturday morning. Wedding at 4 p.m. Outdoor ceremony, beautiful weather, flowers everywhere, string quartet, the whole romantic setup. Everyone dressed up. Open bar for the reception. My parents flew in from Seattle, her extended family from 3 states, and I knew exactly what I was going to do. Am I insane? Part of me thinks yes. Part of me thinks she deserved to know what public humiliation feels like. I don't know, I really don't. Update 1. Several people asked for an update on what actually went down at the wedding, so here it is. The ceremony was at 4 p.m. Outdoor venue, this beautiful garden thing with an arch covered in white roses. Chairs set up in rows, string quartet playing. Weather was perfect. Everyone was dressed up, taking photos, drinking champagne. Claire's mom was crying before it even started. My mom was crying. It was this picture-perfect moment, you know. I was standing up there with Tom and my two other groomsmen, watching everyone file in and sit down. Then I saw Matt. Third row aisle seat, wearing a navy suit, looking comfortable. He smiled at me, gave me this little nod like we were buddies. I nodded back. Tom leaned over and whispered, "You sure about this?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "Okay, I'm right here." Then Claire came down the aisle with her dad. She looked beautiful. I'm not gonna lie about that. The dress, the flowers, the whole thing, she was glowing. Everyone stood up. Her dad was doing that thing where you try not to cry, but you're definitely crying. He walked her up to the altar, kissed her cheek, shook my hand, and went to sit down next to his wife. Claire stood across from me, smiled. I could see she was nervous, but in that excited way, you know, not worried nervous, just normal wedding jitters. The officiant started talking, standard stuff about marriage and commitment. I wasn't really listening. I was just waiting. Claire kept looking at me with this soft expression like this was the happiest day of her life. Maybe it was, right up until it wasn't. Then we got to the vows. The officiant turned to me first. "Do you, Jake, take Claire to be your lawfully wedded wife, to have and to hold in sickness and health, for richer or poorer, as long as you both shall live?" This was it. I looked at Claire. Then I looked at the guests. Then I said, loud enough for everyone to hear, "I do not." The confusion was immediate. Claire's smile froze. The officiant stuttered. People started whispering. I kept going before anyone could interrupt. "I'm sorry everyone had to come out here for this, but I need you all to hear why I can't marry this woman." I pulled out my phone. 6 weeks ago, Claire went to Miami for her bachelorette party. I found out a week later that on Saturday night she spent the evening and the night with her ex-boyfriend Matt at the Fontainebleau Hotel. Matt booked the room 3 weeks before the trip. This wasn't some drunk accident. This was planned. The garden went dead silent. You could hear the string quartet trailing off, confused. Claire's face went white. "Jake, what are you? This isn't." I turned and pointed at Matt in the third row. "That's him right there, Matt Thompson. He's here today because Claire invited him to watch us get married, and she's been texting him all week." Everyone turned to look at Matt. I mean everyone. 150 people all craning their necks to stare at this guy in row 3. I saw at least 3 people recording. Matt stood up, looked like he wanted to say something, then just started pushing his way out of the row toward the back. People had to move their legs to let him through, dead silent except for his footsteps on the grass. Claire grabbed my arm. "Jake, please, this is insane. Can we talk about this privately?" "No," I pulled my arm away. "You had 6 weeks to talk to me privately. You chose to keep planning a wedding instead. You stood up here and acted like everything was perfect." Her dad stood up. "What the hell is going on? Claire, is this true?" She started crying, full breakdown. "It was a mistake, Daddy. It didn't mean anything. It was just we were drunk and I don't know, it just happened. I love Jake. I want to marry Jake." Megan, her sister, was standing there in the bridesmaid dress looking like she wanted to disappear. I looked right at her. "You knew, didn't you?" Megan opened her mouth, closed it, then whispered, "I'm sorry." Claire's mom stood up. "Megan, you knew." The whole thing was unraveling. Claire was sobbing, her mom was yelling at Megan, her dad was standing there looking like someone had punched him. My parents were just frozen. Guests were taking photos and videos. The wedding coordinator was standing off to the side having a full panic attack. I told the officiant, "Sorry for wasting your time," and walked past Claire toward the back. Tom followed me. So did my other groomsmen. We just left everyone standing there in this beautiful garden with the arch and the flowers and the string quartet that had started playing again like nothing happened, because I guess nobody told them to stop. I could hear Claire calling my name, but I didn't turn around. We got to the parking lot. Tom said, "Holy shit, man, you okay?" I wasn't okay. I'm still not okay. But I said, "Yeah, let's get out of here." We went back to the hotel where the guys were staying, changed out of the tuxes. Tom ordered whiskey from room service. We just sat there for like an hour, not really saying much. Then my phone started blowing up. Claire was calling, texting. Her parents were calling. My parents were calling. I ignored most of it. Finally answered my mom. She said, "Jake, honey, are you okay? What you did was, I mean, your father and I are trying to understand." I told her everything, the whole story. She said, "Oh, honey, I'm so sorry, but did it have to be like that, in front of everyone?" I asked her if she thought Claire would have faced any real consequences if I'd handled it quietly. If her family would have known what she did. If Matt would have faced any fallout. She was quiet for a minute, then said, "Probably not. I understand, sweetheart, I do." That was day one. 5 days ago now. Since then, it's been a shit show of messages and calls. Claire has sent probably 100 texts ranging from "please let me explain" to "you humiliated me in front of everyone I love" to "I made a mistake but you made it so much worse." I haven't responded to any of them. Her parents called me yesterday. Her dad apologized. Said he had no idea, that if he'd known he never would have let things get this far. Her mom was crying on the phone saying they spent $40,000 on a wedding that didn't happen and Claire's refusing to talk to them. I felt bad about that, honestly. They seemed like good people who just didn't know what their daughter was doing. Matt, though, apparently his firm has a morality clause in their contracts, something about maintaining professional standards. Sleeping with someone else's fiancée at a premeditated meetup probably doesn't qualify as professional standards. He's currently on administrative leave while they review the situation. I'm not optimistic about his employment prospects. I'm staying with Tom for a few days while I figure things out. The condo is in both our names, so that's going to be a nightmare to sort out. The Greece honeymoon is non-refundable, and I'll be damned if I let that go to waste. Tom and I are talking about going ourselves. Turn it into a guy's trip. I still don't know if what I did was right. Part of me feels vindicated. Part of me feels like I nuked my own life just to prove a point. But you know what keeps playing in my head? That thing she said a year ago. If you're not married yet, it's not really cheating. Well, we're not married. Mission accomplished, I guess. Edit. For everyone asking about the guests and the reception, yeah, people stuck around. The venue coordinator told everyone the reception was still happening because the food and drinks were already paid for. I wasn't there, but apparently about half the guests went to eat and drink on Claire's parents' dime anyway. Can't let $40K go completely to waste, right? Update 2. It's been 2.5 weeks since the wedding that wasn't. I'm honestly exhausted from everything that's happened, but people keep asking for updates, so here we go. First, the living situation. I moved out of our condo the week after the wedding. Couldn't stay there. Every corner of that place had her in it. I'm crashing with Tom still, sleeping on his couch, which is not ideal but better than the alternative. Claire's been staying with her parents, apparently. The condo itself is turning into a legal nightmare. We both own it. My lawyer says the cleanest solution is to sell, split whatever equity we have, and move on. Claire's lawyer initially pushed back, wanted her to keep it, but her parents apparently told her to stop being difficult because they're done funding her mistakes. So we're listing it next month. That's something, at least. Claire has not stopped trying to contact me. At first it was the desperate "please let me explain" text. Then it shifted of everyone. "I made one mistake and you made it a public execution." Then back to desperate, "I'll do anything to fix this. I love you so much." I blocked her number after she sent 43 texts in one day. Yes, I counted. But then she started emailing. Then she had friends reach out to me. Then her mom called my mom. It's been relentless. The core message is always the same. Yes, she messed up, but what I did was disproportionate and cruel, and now her life is ruined. The social fallout for her has been significant. That video of me calling off the wedding went viral in our social circle. Like, everyone we know has seen it. Her friends are split. Some are sympathetic to her. One of her bridesmaids posted a long Instagram story about knowing your worth and surrounding yourself with honest people, which was pretty clearly directed at Claire and Megan. Megan, by the way, is in her own separate hell. Turns out admitting you helped your sister cover up infidelity doesn't win you a lot of friends. She's been trying to apologize to me through various channels. I don't really care. She made her choice to protect Claire over doing the right thing. Claire's parents are still talking to me, weirdly enough. They asked if I'd be willing to meet them for coffee sometime to talk, no Claire involved. I said maybe eventually, but not yet. They seem genuinely decent and I feel bad they got caught in the blast radius. Work has been weird. My company knows what happened, I mean. Half my coworkers were invited to the wedding and saw the video. Most people have been supportive, but I've definitely overheard whispers. Did you hear about Jake? Yeah, brutal. I mean, she had it coming though, right? As for Matt, the news I've heard through the grapevine is that his administrative leave is probably turning into permanent leave. His company's HR decided that booking a hotel room to sleep with someone else's fiancée demonstrated judgment incompatible with the firm's values. Couldn't have happened to a nicer guy. I hope the champagne and strawberries were worth his career. Tom's been a lifesaver through all this. Letting me stay here, listening to me process things at 2 a.m., backing me up when people question what I did. Last night we were drinking beers on his balcony and he said, "You know what? Screw it. Let's go to Greece. Use those honeymoon tickets. Turn this nightmare into something good." So that's happening. We leave in 10 days, 2 weeks in Greece, just us, no drama. The resort is going to be confused when two dudes show up for the honeymoon suite, but whatever. I need to get out of here and clear my head. My parents flew back to Seattle, but we talk every few days. My mom keeps asking if I'm okay, if I'm eating enough, if I'm taking care of myself. My dad, in his typical fashion, told me, "You did what you had to do. Hold your head up." That helped, honestly. I'm not going to lie, this has been one of the worst months of my life. I'm angry, I'm sad, I'm second-guessing everything, I'm relieved, I'm bitter, it's all mixed together. Some days I wake up and think, holy shit, I'm free. Other days I wake up and think I just blew up 4 years of my life. But I don't regret it. Now everyone knows the truth. Now they have to face consequences of their actions. Maybe that makes me vindictive. Maybe it makes me an asshole, but at least nobody can say I let myself get played quietly. Final update, it's been almost 3 months since the wedding. A lot of you have been asking for a final update, so here it is. After this, I'm closing the book on this chapter and moving on with my life. First, Greece. Tom and I went, and honestly, it was exactly what I needed. We spent 2 weeks island hopping. We spent our days on beaches, ate incredible food, went scuba diving, hiked, and basically just disconnected from all the chaos back home. Tom and I had a lot of good conversations out there. About the whole situation, about what I wanted moving forward, about how to rebuild. He told me something that stuck. You can't control what she did or how people judge you for how you handled it. You can only control what you do next. Simple advice, but it helped me shift my mindset from looking backward to looking forward. When we got back, things started falling into place. The condo sold. We actually got a decent offer. The market's good right now. After paying off the mortgage and splitting everything, I walked away with about 35K, not life-changing, but enough to put down first and last month's rent on a new place. I'm in a one-bedroom in a different neighborhood now, smaller than the condo, but it's mine. No shared history, no memories attached to furniture or walls. I bought all new stuff, well, mostly IKEA, but still. There's something liberating about starting completely fresh. Matt, he's gone. Not just on administrative leave, gone. His company ended up letting him go, citing the morality clause. I heard through mutual connections that he tried to fight it, claimed his personal life shouldn't affect his employment. They disagreed. Last I heard, he moved back to Atlanta with his parents and is looking for work. Turns out having a very public scandal doesn't look great on LinkedIn. Who knew? Claire's situation is complicated. From what I've gathered through people we both know, she's not doing great. She still lives with her parents. Lost her job, not directly because of the scandal, but her performance dropped so badly after everything that they let her go during a restructuring. She's been applying to places, but apparently the whisper network in our industry is alive and well. People know what happened. Her social circle basically imploded. Most of her close friends sided with either me or stayed neutral by just avoiding the whole situation. The ones who stood by her seemed to be the everyone deserves forgiveness types, which is fine, but there aren't many of them. Her Instagram used to be super active. Now it's locked down, private, and hasn't been updated in weeks. Megan reached out to me a month ago. Long email apologizing, saying she regretted not telling me earlier that she'd been in an impossible position. I didn't respond. I just don't see the point. Claire's parents took me out for coffee 3 weeks ago. I finally agreed to meet them. They apologized again. Her dad said something that stuck with me. We spent so much energy raising her to look good on paper, good grades, good job, good boyfriend, that we forgot to make sure she was actually a good person underneath all of it. That felt brutally honest. They asked if there was any chance I'd consider speaking to Claire, hearing her out. I said no. They accepted that. Her mom cried a little. It was awkward but necessary, I think. As for Claire trying to contact me, that finally stopped about 3 weeks ago. I think her parents probably told her to let it go. Or maybe she finally accepted that it's over. Either way, my phone's been quiet on that front, and I'm grateful. The weirdest development: I've started dating someone. Her name's Rachel. We met at a friend's barbecue 6 weeks ago. She knew who I was, the wedding guy, as she called it with a laugh. I figured that would be a deal breaker, but she said, "Look, your ex messed up and you handled it the way you handled it. That's between you two. I'm interested in who you are now." We've been on 5 dates. It's casual, nothing serious yet, but it feels good. She's a physical therapist, into hiking and climbing, has her shit together. No drama, no games, just easy. I'm not trying to rush into anything, and she gets that. But it's nice to feel like maybe I can move forward without the past weighing me down constantly. I'm doing okay now. Some days are better than others, but the trajectory is up. I'm in a new place, doing well at work, seeing someone who makes me laugh, and most importantly, I'm not wondering what my fiancé is hiding from me. There's a lot of value in knowing exactly where you stand. This is the last update I'll post about this. Time to close this chapter for real and focus on what's ahead. Thanks for following along. I'm out. Story 4. My fiancé left me because her family didn't approve. She left me last night. After 4 years together, 8 months engaged, she chose her family over me because I'll never fit into their world. I met Jasmine in college. I was there on a partial scholarship, working campus it to cover the rest. She was an art history major from one of those old Boston families where everyone has Roman numerals after their name. We met in a literature elective. She was struggling with the readings. I offered to study together, and somehow we just clicked. She was smart and funny and didn't seem to care that I drove a 15-year-old Honda while she had a BMW her parents bought her. We dated through senior year. After graduation, I got a job as a junior product designer at a tech company. Jasmine wanted to get her master's in art conservation, and I worked overtime to help cover her tuition since her parents said if she was dating that boy, they wouldn't pay for graduate school. She acted like it was no big deal, like she was being independent. I thought we were building something together. The first time I met her parents should have been a warning sign. They live in this massive estate in Cambridge, the kind of place with a name, not just an address. Her mom, Margaret, spent the entire dinner making these backhanded comments. "Oh, you build apps, how very modern. I'm sure your work is quite fulfilling in its own way." Her dad, Henry, just grilled me about my career trajectory and whether I understood long-term financial planning. Halfway through dinner, this guy Logan shows up. He's a family friend, apparently, grew up with Jasmine, went to the same prep school. He brought a bottle of wine that probably cost more than my rent and spent an hour talking about his startup and his summer place on the Cape. Margaret kept smiling at him like he hung the moon. Jasmine later told me Logan was just a friend, and her parents were old-fashioned, but they'd come around eventually. They never did. Every family event was the same. Polite questions that were really interrogations. Comments about how Jasmine could have choices. Logan showing up conveniently. I dealt with it because Jasmine said she loved me and that was enough. Then came the engagement. I proposed last year at this hiking spot we loved, nothing fancy, but it meant something to us. She said yes. I thought we'd gotten past her family's bullshit. We started planning the wedding. That's when things got worse. Her parents insisted on hosting at their estate. It's tradition, Margaret said. The Whitmore daughters have always married from home. Then came the conditions, their guest list, their vendors, their timeline, and Logan as a groomsman because he's practically family. Jasmine kept saying we'd compromise, but every compromise was me giving in. I let most of it go because I wanted her to be happy. I thought once we were married and out from under their thumb, things would be different. 3 weeks ago, her mom made a toast at Sunday brunch. She raised her glass and said, "Here's to Jasmine finding the right match," and looked straight at Logan while she said it, not at me, at Logan. Jasmine was quiet the whole drive home. She started canceling our plans. She'd go to her parents' place for dinner and come back distant. I asked what was wrong. She said she was thinking about things. Last night I came home from work and she was packing. Not frantically, carefully, like she'd been planning it. Her eyes weren't even red. I asked her what she was doing. She said, "I can't do this anymore, Ethan. My family will never accept you and I can't keep fighting them. I can't choose you over them." I just stood there. I think I was waiting for her to take it back, to say she was just upset, but she kept going. "You'll never fit in our world. You don't understand what it's like. Logan gets it. He knows how things work. It's just easier with someone they approve of." I asked if she'd been seeing Logan. She said no, but he's been there for me through this. Whatever the hell that means. I didn't argue. I didn't beg. I just asked, "Is that really it? 4 years and you're choosing their approval?" She said yes. So I told her, "Then you should go." She looked surprised, like she expected me to fight for her. But honestly, what was I supposed to say? She'd already decided. She finished packing and left. Didn't even take the ring off the counter. I haven't slept. I keep replaying it, wondering if I should have fought harder, said something that would have made her stay. But another part of me is just empty. She called me an outsider and said Logan was easier. After everything I did, every family dinner I smiled through, every backhanded comment I ignored, she chose comfort over me. I texted her this morning asking about the lease we both signed. She said she'd pay her half through the end of the month and then I could figure it out. That's it. 4 years reduced to lease negotiations. Am I wrong for not fighting? Should I have argued more, begged her to reconsider? Part of me feels like I gave up too easily. But the other part thinks if she actually loved me, I wouldn't have had to beg at all. I don't even know what I'm asking. I guess I just needed to tell someone what happened. Edit, holy shit, I didn't expect this many responses. Thank you all for the perspective. A lot of you are saying I dodged a bullet, and honestly that's starting to sink in. Some people asked if I'm doing okay. I'm not great, but I'm handling it. Going to figure out the apartment situation this week and just try to move forward. Update 1. It's been about a month since my last post. A lot has happened, so I figured I'd update everyone who gave me advice. First, thanks to everyone who responded. Reading all your comments helped me realize I wasn't crazy for walking away. The consensus was pretty clear. If she actually wanted me, I wouldn't have been an option she had to choose. The practical stuff got handled quickly. I emailed our landlord, Mr. Jacobs, the next day, confirmed Jasmine had moved out and the lease would continue solely under my name. He's one of those old school guys who wants everything documented, so I kept it brief and professional. I paid the lease break penalty, 2 months' rent, ouch, but it was worth it to not have any lingering financial ties to her or her family. I packed up her remaining stuff over that first weekend. She'd taken most of her clothes, but there were books, some kitchen things, decorations she'd picked out. I boxed everything carefully, labeled it all, and told her when she could pick it up. She sent her brother instead. Couldn't even face me to collect her own things. The ring sat on my counter for 3 days before I put it back in the box. I'll probably return it eventually, but honestly I haven't had the energy to deal with jewelry stores. Work became my focus. I'd been killing myself at this job for 4 years, partly because I was trying to help Jasmine with tuition, partly because I actually liked the work. About 6 months ago, my boss had offered me a senior designer position at our San Diego office. Better pay, better weather, fresh start. I turned it down because Jasmine was finishing her master's and didn't want to leave Boston. 2 weeks after she left, I called him back, asked if the position was still available. It was. I accepted on the spot. I'm writing this from my new apartment in Pacific Beach. I moved last week. The place is smaller than what we had in Boston, but it's mine, and I can see the ocean from my bedroom window. I've been hiking most mornings before work, hitting the gym at lunch, actually sleeping through the night. Every day feels a little more normal. Here's where it gets weird. Yesterday, Rachel, a mutual friend from college, texted me out of the blue. Rachel and I were friendly but not close, and she definitely sided with Jasmine after the breakup based on her radio silence. Her message said, "Hey, I know we haven't talked in a while, but I thought you should know something." I almost didn't respond, but curiosity got the better of me. She called me, said she felt guilty for not reaching out sooner, that she'd heard Jasmine's version of the breakup and assumed I must have done something wrong. But then she had dinner with Jasmine and Logan last week. Ethan, they're engaged. I literally laughed. I thought she was joking. It had been barely a month. No, seriously, Jasmine's wearing a ring. Logan proposed 2 weeks ago. They're planning a wedding for next spring at her parents' estate. I didn't say anything for a minute. Rachel kept talking, filling the silence. Apparently it's been going on longer than Jasmine admitted. Rachel suspects they were emotionally involved for months before we broke up, though Jasmine swears nothing physical happened until after. Logan's been around constantly since I left. Her parents are thrilled. Margaret's already planning the wedding. She seems happy, Rachel said, but her tone suggested otherwise. I mean, she says she's happy, but Ethan, she looked miserable. She barely ate anything, kept checking her phone. Logan spent the whole dinner talking about his startup plans, which apparently aren't going well. He made some comment about how Jasmine's trust fund would bridge the gap until his company takes off. Rachel apologized for believing Jasmine's story, said she realized Jasmine had painted me as the bad guy, but after meeting Logan she understood why I walked away. He's exactly what her family wanted, and I think that's the problem. I thanked her for calling and told her I was doing fine, because I am. I'm 3,000 miles away with a better job, an ocean view, and zero obligation to care about Jasmine's choices anymore. But I can't lie, part of me is shocked at how fast she moved on. A month. She was engaged to me for 8 months and apparently couldn't handle her family's pressure, but somehow Logan rates a 2-week turnaround. Several people in the comments on my original post predicted she'd regret this. I didn't really believe it at the time. I figured she'd be happy with someone her family approved of, and I'd eventually move on too. But hearing that she's already engaged to the guy her family pushed on her, that she looks miserable at dinners, I don't know. Maybe I dodged more than a bullet. Maybe I dodged a lifetime of being second place to her family's approval. I start my new position officially tomorrow. My team seems cool, the projects are interesting, and I'm getting lunch to you. I'm actually looking forward to something instead of just surviving. Jasmine made her choice. Now she gets to live with it. And I get to live 3,000 miles away, which honestly feels pretty good right now. Edit. Some people are asking if I'm going to reach out to her or warn her about Logan. Hard no. She's an adult who made her decision. I'm not her safety net anymore. That ship sailed the second she said Logan was easier. Update 2. It's been about 18 months since the breakup. I wasn't planning on posting again, but some stuff happened this week that I need to process, and honestly this community helped me before. Quick life update. San Diego's been incredible. I got promoted again 6 months ago to lead designer, managing a small team now. Started rock climbing, made solid friends, even dated a little bit, nothing serious yet, but I'm not in a rush. I bought a used Tacoma and spend most weekends hiking or camping. The life I'm living now is completely different from the one I had in Boston, and I genuinely like who I've become. I haven't thought about Jasmine in months. I blocked her number after the move, blocked her on all social media. Clean break. Rachel checks in occasionally. We've actually become decent friends now that there's no Jasmine drama between us. She's filled me in on some details over the past year, but I mostly just listen and don't engage. The short version. Jasmine and Logan got married last spring at the Whitmore Estate big society wedding, all the right people there. According to Rachel, Logan quit his startup about 3 months after the wedding. It was failing anyway. He's been consulting since then, but mostly living off Jasmine's trust fund. Her parents, who were so thrilled about the match initially, now openly argue with Logan at family dinners. Margaret apparently called him a lazy opportunist at Thanksgiving. Jasmine's lost weight, looks exhausted in every photo Rachel's seen. The fairy tale match her family wanted has turned into their worst nightmare. I filed that information away as not my problem and moved on with my life. Until 4 days ago. I'm at my desk reviewing design specs when my phone buzzes with a text from an unknown number. Hey Ethan, I know you probably don't want to hear from me, but I've been thinking about you a lot lately. Would you be open to talking? I miss you. I stared at it for a solid minute. It was from Jasmine. I recognized the area code, and honestly, who else would it be? I didn't respond. Just put my phone face down and went back to work. 3 hours later, a voicemail. Her voice sounded thin, almost fragile. Ethan, it's me. I know I don't have the right to call you, but things with Logan aren't what I thought they'd be. He's not who I thought he was. My family regrets everything now. They ask about you sometimes. I made a huge mistake. I know you're in California, but if you're ever in Boston, maybe we could get coffee. I just want to apologize properly. I want to explain. She was crying by the end of it. I deleted the voicemail without finishing it. That night, Rachel texted me. Did Jasmine reach out to you? Yeah, I didn't respond. She's falling apart, Ethan. She cries at brunch. Logan treats her like an ATM. Her parents won't shut up about how you were the stable one. She talks about you constantly, says she wants to apologize. I sent back 5 words. That's not my problem anymore. Rachel replied. I know, just wanted to give you a heads up in case she tries harder. The next morning, another text from Jasmine. I understand if you hate me. I deserve it. But please know I think about what we had every single day. You were right about everything. I chose wrong. I'm sorry. Again, I didn't respond. My coworker noticed I was distracted during our team stand-up, asked if I was okay. I said I was fine, just some old baggage trying to resurface. He laughed and told me to keep it buried where it belongs, but yesterday pushed me over the edge. Another voicemail. Ethan, please. I need to talk to you. Logan's. He's not what my family thought. He doesn't work, he just takes my money. We fight constantly. My parents hate him now, the same parents who pushed me toward him. I was so stupid. I had everything with you and I threw it away because I was weak, because I cared more about what they thought than what I felt. I know I don't deserve another chance, but please, can we just talk? Her voice cracked completely at the end. She was sobbing. Part of me, the part that loved her for 4 years, felt something. Not sympathy exactly, but an echo of what used to be there. The human instinct to comfort someone who's hurting. But then I remembered standing in our Boston apartment while she calmly told me I'd never fit into her world. How Logan was easier. How she chose her family's approval over 4 years of us building something real. I deleted that voicemail too. This morning I got a text from a different unknown number. It was Margaret Whitmore. Ethan, dear, I hope you're well. I wanted to reach out because I believe we made a grave error in judgment regarding you. Jasmine speaks of you often. She's not herself lately, and I think she needs someone steady, someone like you. Would you consider speaking with her? I read it twice to make sure I wasn't hallucinating. The same woman who made backhanded comments through entire dinners, who toasted to Jasmine finding the right match while looking at Logan, who told Jasmine I wasn't good enough for their family. Now she wants me to fix the mess they created. I didn't respond to Margaret either. I blocked that number too. Look, I'm not going to pretend this doesn't affect me at all. It's surreal to go from being not good enough to suddenly being the stable one in the span of 18 months. There's a tiny part of me that wants to respond just to tell Jasmine exactly what I think. To tell her mother that their approval means less than nothing to me now. But I won't, because engaging would give them something, my time, my energy, my attention. They don't deserve any of it. Jasmine made her choice when she valued comfort over partnership. She married exactly who her family wanted, got exactly the life they designed for her, and now she has to live in it. That's not cruel. That's just consequences. I'm not her backup plan. I'm not her stable choice now that the exciting one didn't work out. I'm just a guy in San Diego who's built a life I actually like, surrounded by people who value me for who I am, not whether I fit someone's pedigree requirements. She can keep calling. I'll keep not answering. Edit. A lot of people are saying I should respond just to tell her off. I get the appeal, but honestly, my silence says everything I need to say. She knows why I'm not responding. Making it explicit would be for my satisfaction, not for any productive reason, and I'm past needing that kind of closure. Final update. I wasn't planning on updating again, but the past few weeks brought actual closure, so here's the end of this story. 3 weeks after my last post, I'm walking out of my office building heading to lunch when I hear someone call my name. It's Jasmine. Standing in the lobby of my building 3,000 miles from Boston. Her makeup is smudged like she's been crying, she's thinner than I remember, and she looks like she hasn't slept in days. Ethan, please, I flew here to talk to you, just give me 5 minutes. Everyone in the lobby is staring. My coworker Mike is waiting by the door looking confused. I tell him I'll catch up and step outside with her. We stand on the sidewalk. She starts talking immediately. Logan's destroying my life. He doesn't work, he lives off my money, he fights with my parents constantly. They hate him. They ask about you all the time. I was so stupid, Ethan. I chose comfort and approval over you, and I've regretted it every single day. I let her finish. Then I said, you chose what you wanted. You told me I'd never fit into your world. You said Logan was easier. Now you get to live with that choice. But I was wrong, she said, grabbing my arm. I made a mistake. You were right, my family's approval means nothing. You were the stable one, the good one. Please, can we just talk about this? Can we get coffee? No, she looked shocked, like she genuinely expected me to cave. You're being cruel. No, I said again. I'm being free. You had 4 years to choose me, you didn't. That's not my problem anymore. She started crying. I still love you. You love the idea of me as your backup plan. That's not the same thing. I walked away while she was still standing there. Mike asked if I was okay. I told him I was fine and we went to lunch. I didn't look back. 4 days later, my phone rings from a Boston number I don't recognize. Against my better judgment, I answer. It's Margaret Whitmore. Ethan, dear, we made a terrible mistake. You were the stable one all along. Logan is a disaster. Jasmine needs someone like you. Won't you reconsider? I almost laughed. Mrs. Whitmore, you spent years making it clear I wasn't good enough for your family. Now your perfect choice didn't work out and you want me to fix it. That's not my burden to carry. But Jasmine is miserable. That's unfortunate. But it's also not my responsibility. She chose the life you designed for her. You all get to live with it now. She started to argue. I hung up and blocked the number. That was 2 weeks ago. Since then, nothing. No more texts, no more calls, no more surprise visits. I think they finally got the message. Yesterday was my housewarming party. My new place is bigger, 2 bedrooms, balcony with an ocean view, room for my climbing gear and camping equipment. About 20 people came, co-workers, climbing buddies, friends from my hiking group. We grilled on the balcony, played games, stayed up too late drinking and laughing. At one point, my phone buzzed with an unknown number. I silenced it without looking and went back to the conversation I was having about Joshua Tree. Later, I checked. It was blank, just a missed call from another Boston area code. I deleted it. Someone asked how I was single with a place like this. I just shrugged and said I was focusing on myself right now. Which is true. I'm genuinely happy with my life. I like my job, I like my friends, I like the person I've become over the past 2 years. Jasmine is a ghost now. Not even a painful memory, just someone I used to know who made a choice I'm grateful she made. Because if she hadn't left, I'd still be in Boston compromising myself for a family that never respected me, waiting for approval that would never come. I look around my apartment at people who value me for who I am, not whether I fit some pedigree checklist. I think about the promotions I've earned, the places I've explored, the life I've built completely on my own terms. Jasmine chose her family's approval over me. In doing so, she freed me to build something real. I don't forgive her. Forgiveness implies I still carry it. I just don't think about it anymore. She called me an outsider once. She was right. I was an outsider to a world that measures worth in last names and summer homes and appropriate matches. I'm glad I never fit in. I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. Story 5. I canceled my girlfriend's Maldives vacation 20 minutes before we got to the airport. Am I the asshole here? So here's the context. My girlfriend Lily and I have been together for 2 years. She works in high-end fashion, I'm in tech. Things have always been a bit unbalanced. She has very specific tastes, and I've always tried to make her happy. Looking back now, maybe I tried too hard. About 6 weeks ago, I started planning this vacation. I spent hours researching resorts, reading reviews, comparing packages, checking TripAdvisor ratings. I wanted it to be perfect. I finally booked us a premium ocean view room at this gorgeous resort in the Maldives, the kind with the deck over the water, outdoor rainfall shower, the whole setup. It wasn't cheap. We're talking like $600 a night, plus flights, plus activities. I was excited to surprise her with all the details. Lily was thrilled when I told her. She immediately started posting about it on Instagram, telling all her friends about this amazing luxury vacation her boyfriend was taking her on. I felt good about it, honestly. I thought I'd finally done something that would make her genuinely happy without any complaints. Here's where it gets messed up. Yesterday morning, we're in the car heading to the airport. We're talking about what we want to do first, whether to hit the beach or the spa. Then suddenly, Lily asks to see the booking confirmation email. I hand her my phone. She's quiet for a minute, scrolling through the email. Then she says, there's another room category. I say, yeah, they have a few different options. The one I booked has everything we need, though. She shows me the screen. There's a royal water villa that's like $1,000 more per night. Bigger deck, private pool, butler service, whatever. Lily looks at me and says, if you really valued this relationship, you'd upgrade us. I laughed. I thought she was joking. She wasn't. I'm serious, Ethan. I don't want to have a mediocre vacation. If you're not willing to make this special, then what's the point? I'm sitting there in the backseat of this Uber just staring at her. We're literally 20 minutes from the airport. I said, Lily, the room I booked is incredible. It's not mediocre by any definition. She crossed her arms. If you don't upgrade it, I'm not going. Here's the thing, this isn't the first time she's pulled something like this. Last year for her birthday, I bought her this designer handbag she'd been talking about for months. She opened it, looked at it, and said, this is the previous season's style. I can't be seen with this. She made me return it and get the current season one, which was $400 more. Another time, I invited her to meet some of my college friends for dinner. She looked at the restaurant I'd chosen and said, I'm not eating at a place that doesn't even have a Michelin star. What would that say about us? She didn't come and I had to make excuses to my friends. I've been swallowing this stuff for 2 years, telling myself she just had high standards, that she was helping me level up or whatever. But sitting in that car, something just clicked. I pulled out my phone and called the airline. Lily asked what I was doing. I said, making sure you don't have to suffer through a mediocre vacation. I canceled her ticket, just hers. Then I called the resort and adjusted the booking to just my name. She started yelling, asking if I was serious. I told the driver to pull over. I said, I'm completely serious. I'm not going to spend a week walking on eggshells trying to prove I value you enough. Have a good week. I grabbed my bag, got out, and waited for another ride. She was calling after me, saying I was being insane, that she was just trying to make sure we had the best experience. I got to the airport, boarded the plane alone, and now I'm here. My phone has been blowing up. Her friends are sending messages about how I humiliated Lily. Her mom called me immature. My sister Emma's messages are different, though. She texted finally with about 6 exclamation points, then followed up with, I've been waiting 2 years for you to realize you deserve better. Lily herself has sent me about 50 texts ranging from, you're a petty asshole, to I can't believe you'd throw away everything over a misunderstanding, to I'm sorry, please call me, we can talk about this. But here's what I keep thinking about. I've felt anxious and inadequate for 2 years straight. Every gift, every date, every plan has come with this underlying fear that it won't be good enough. And sitting on that plane watching the sunset, I felt peaceful, like I could finally breathe. The room I booked is incredible, by the way. Everything I researched said it would be, and they were right. I don't know, Reddit, am I crazy here? Did I overreact? Update 1. Thanks for all the comments and messages. A lot of people told me to enjoy the vacation and figure out the relationship stuff later. I'm trying to take that advice. The first couple days were honestly pretty rough. I kept expecting Lily to walk around the corner, or I'd see couples together and feel this weird mix of guilt and relief. But then something shifted. On day 3, I had breakfast on my balcony, just me, coffee, and watching the sunrise over the water. No one to ask if the coffee was acceptable quality or if I'd chosen the right time to eat. I realized my shoulders weren't tense. My stomach wasn't in knots. I wasn't running through a mental checklist of potential criticisms. I actually enjoyed the food. I noticed the sunrise was beautiful. When's the last time I just noticed things? That afternoon, I signed up for a snorkeling tour. Met this woman named Sophie at the boat dock. She's a nurse from Canada, traveling solo after finishing a rough rotation in the ICU. We started chatting while we waited, just casual conversation about work, travel, why we were here. We ended up having dinner together that night. Nothing romantic, just two people who happened to be eating alone, sharing a table. I told her about the Lily situation, not in detail at first, just that I'd ended up on this trip solo unexpectedly. Sophie looked at me and said, "Let me guess. You did something incredibly thoughtful and it wasn't good enough." I kind of laughed and said, "How'd you know?" I dated a guy like that for 3 years. Everything was a test. Every gift, every date, every conversation. I spent the whole relationship trying to prove I was good enough. She shrugged. Turned out the only thing I needed to prove was that I could walk away. We talked for 2 hours. It was the first time in years I'd had a conversation where I wasn't monitoring every word, wondering if I'd said something wrong. She told me about her travels, I told her about my work, and nobody was keeping score of who was more impressive. At one point she said, "Sometimes the trash takes itself out," and we both laughed. But then she got more serious. "I'm just saying, from an outside perspective, someone who gives you an ultimatum about room quality 20 minutes before the airport isn't someone who values you. They value what you provide." That hit me hard. Meanwhile, my phone has been ridiculous. Lily's messages have gone through every stage of manipulation I'm apparently too dumb to have recognized before. The first day was all anger. "You're embarrassing me. My friends think you're insane. I can't believe you'd be this petty and vindictive." Day 2 shifted to guilt. "I was just trying to make sure we had a perfect trip. Think about everything I've done for you." There was this one message that said, "I've introduced you to important people in my industry. I've helped you dress better. I've made you into someone worth knowing." And you'd throw that away over money. Day 3 was bargaining. "If you come home now, we can talk about this like adults. We can work through this if you'd stop punishing me." One message literally said, "I'll even compromise on the room thing for future trips if you'll just call me back." Now it's day 4 and she's recruited reinforcements. Her best friend Morgan sent me this long message about how Lily just has high standards, and I'm throwing away someone who genuinely cares about me. Her mom called, I didn't answer, and left a voicemail saying I'm being childish and cruel, and that Lily is devastated and can barely function. The wild part, some of our mutual friends have reached out too, people who I thought were my friends. Jake, who I've known since college, sent me a text saying I humiliated Lily and that she's crying to everyone about what you did to her. Another friend, Melissa, said I should have been the bigger person and just upgraded the room because relationships require sacrifice. But here's what none of them are asking. Why did she think it was okay to give me an ultimatum in the first place? Why is it sacrifice when I'm the only one who ever has to bend? Where was this energy when she returned my birthday gift because the brand wasn't impressive enough? Emma has been sending me screenshots of Lily's Instagram stories. She's posting shit like, when you realize who's really there for you, with a photo of her and Morgan at some wine bar. Some people show their true colors under pressure with a sunset photo. There's one story that's just a quote graphic. I deserve someone who values me. She's playing the victim hard, and people are eating it up because they don't know she threatened to not go on a $10,000 vacation unless I spent an extra $7,000 on a room upgrade we didn't need. I told Emma to stop sending me the screenshots. I don't need to see it. Emma replied, "Good, you're learning." Then she sent one more. But for the record, her comments are full of people who have clearly never met her. You deserve better, Queen. Yeah, sure. Sophie and I have hung out a few more times. Yesterday we did a sunset dolphin watching tour, and today we're planning to check out this local island market the concierge recommended. Last night we were having drinks at the beach bar and she asked if I was okay, actually okay. I thought about it and realized I am. Like, genuinely am. I'm sleeping better than I have in months. I'm not constantly checking my phone to see if I messed up somehow. I'm not mentally calculating the cost of every decision wondering if it'll be good enough. I haven't responded to Lily since I got here. I haven't responded to her friends or her mom. I blocked the ones who got particularly aggressive, including Jake, which hurt. But if he thinks I'm the problem here, then we probably weren't that good of friends anyway. I've got 3 more days here. Then I have to go home and actually deal with this. I'm not looking forward to that part. But for now, I'm just trying to enjoy the fact that I can order dessert without someone making a comment about the restaurant's Michelin rating. Update 2. I'm back home. Had to face the music eventually. The rest of the Maldives trip was honestly great. Sophie and I spent most of the remaining days exploring together, and it was the most relaxed I've felt in years. We exchanged numbers before we left. She's back in Vancouver now, I'm here. We've been texting a bit, just casual stuff, nothing heavy. But coming home meant dealing with Lily. She'd been quiet for the last day of my trip, which should have been a warning sign. The morning after I landed, I woke up to a text. We need to talk. Coffee shop on Oak Street, 2 p.m. today. Not even asking if I was available. Part of me wanted to ignore it. Emma told me I didn't owe Lily anything, that I should just block her and move on. But I guess I needed closure or something. I texted back, fine, 2 p.m. I got there first, ordered a coffee, sat down. Lily walked in exactly at 2 p.m. wearing one of those outfits that I know cost more than most people's rent. She sat down across from me, no coffee, just folded her hands on the table. I've had time to think, she said, and I'm willing to forgive you. I almost laughed. You're willing to forgive me? Yes, I know you were stressed about the cost and I shouldn't have sprung the room upgrade on you like that. I get that now. She said it like she was being incredibly magnanimous. I'm willing to move past this if you are. That's not what this is about, Lily. Then what is it about? You left me on the side of the road, Ethan. You humiliated me in front of everyone, but I'm here trying to work through this because that's what people do in relationships. I took a breath. Do you know how many times in the last 2 years I've apologized to you? She blinked. What? I'm asking seriously. Do you have any idea how many times I've said I'm sorry to you? For picking the wrong restaurant, for buying you a gift that wasn't expensive enough or on trend enough, for introducing you to friends you deemed weren't successful enough, for not reading your mind about what you wanted. That's not fair. I spent 2 years walking on eggshells, Lily. 2 years constantly worried that nothing I did would be good enough. And the messed up part is I thought that was normal. I leaned forward. Do you remember my friend Mike's wedding last year? What does that have to do with? You didn't want to go because the venue wasn't fancy enough. You said going to a wedding at a country club instead of a 5-star hotel would make us look low rent. So I made excuses to Mike, told him we couldn't make it. He's barely spoken to me since. I lost a 10-year friendship because you couldn't be seen at a venue that wasn't impressive enough. That's not what happened. That's exactly what happened. Or how about when I got my promotion? I was excited to tell you, and the first thing you said was senior engineer. I thought you'd be going for principal. You couldn't even be happy for me for 5 seconds before pointing out how it wasn't enough. She leaned back, arms crossed. So this is about you being insecure, because you can't handle someone who pushes you to be better. No. This is about you being controlling and calling it having standards. I have standards. I'm sorry if that's difficult for you to understand. Standards is wanting someone who treats you with respect. What you had was a checklist. The right restaurants, the right brands, the right car, the right job title, the right friends. And I was so focused on trying to check all those boxes that I forgot to ask if I even wanted it at all. Her expression hardened. That's not fair. I've invested so much in this relationship, invested like I'm a stock portfolio. You know what I mean. I introduced you to people in my industry. I helped you dress better. I pushed you to aim higher at work. I made you into someone worth knowing. Did you ever once ask me what I wanted? In 2 years, did you ever once consider that maybe what I chose or planned or picked was enough? That maybe I didn't need to be made into anything? She didn't answer that. I met someone in the Maldives, I said. Lily's eyes narrowed. Nothing happened, we just talked. But you want to know what I realized? I talked to a complete stranger and felt more seen, more heard than I ever did with my own girlfriend. I told her about a work project I'm excited about and she just asked questions, was interested. Didn't tell me I should be aiming for a bigger company or a better position, just listened. Congratulations, you found someone with low standards. I found someone who doesn't see relationships as a performance review, and that felt normal. So you're leaving me for some random woman you met on vacation. Her voice was icy. That's what this is really about. I'm leaving you because I spent a week without you and felt peaceful for the first time in 2 years. That's the problem, Lily. Being away from you felt like relief. That's not what love should feel like. She stood up abruptly. You know what? You're right. I do have standards, and clearly you can't meet them. I thought I could help you be better, be more successful, be someone worth being with. But you're just. She gestured at me vaguely. Have fun being mediocre. She grabbed her bag and left. Didn't even make it 30 seconds before the tears and vulnerability act dropped and the real her came out. I sat there for a few minutes finishing my coffee and honestly, I felt fine, better than fine. The anxiety that had been sitting in my chest for 2 years was just gone. Since then, she's tried calling a few times. Sent some texts that ranged from, "You're going to regret this when you realize what you lost," to, "I hope you're happy with your boring, mediocre life." The messages got increasingly unhinged. One literally said, "You'll never find anyone who cares about you becoming your best self like I did." I blocked her number yesterday. Blocked her on Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, all of it. Some of the mutual friends who took her side are still giving me shit. I just deleted all of it without responding, then blocked them too. If they can't see what was wrong with that relationship, that's their problem, not mine. Emma took me out for drinks to celebrate. Her exact words were, "I've been waiting 2 freaking years for you to grow a spine. Proud of you, little brother." Then she told me she'd never liked Lily, that she'd tried to warn me early on but I'd been too whipped to listen. She wasn't wrong. I'm doing okay. Better than okay, actually. My apartment feels bigger somehow, like I can actually breathe in it. I've been sleeping well, eating what I want without worrying if my food choices are acceptable. I also reconnected with Mike. Texted him an apology for missing his wedding, told him I'd been in a shitty relationship and was sorry for letting him down. He called me immediately, said he'd been worried about me, that I'd seemed different the last couple years. We're getting drinks next week. Sophie and I have been texting regularly. She sent me a meme yesterday about trash taking itself out and we both laughed about it. She told me about a particularly rough shift at the hospital. I told her about the confrontation with Lily. She said, "I'm proud of you. That took guts." It's nice to have someone who gets it, who's been through something similar. She's dealing with her own stuff in Vancouver, I'm dealing with mine here. No pressure, no expectations, just connection. I don't know what's next. But for the first time in a long time, I'm actually okay with not knowing. Final update. Figured I'd give you all a final update since so many of you reached out asking how things turned out. It's been 6 months since the coffee shop confrontation. Life is really good, actually. Like genuinely, surprisingly good. Work-wise, things have taken off. That project I mentioned in passing, it launched 3 months ago and exceeded every metric. I got promoted to principal engineer last month. the position Lily once told me I'd never achieve because I didn't have the ambition. Turns out I had plenty of ambition. The promotion came with a significant raise, and I moved into a better apartment downtown. 2 bedrooms, floor-to-ceiling windows, decorated the way I wanted. Mike and I are solid again. He admitted he'd been worried about me during the Lily years, said I'd become a dimmer version of myself. We hang out most weekends now. I've also reconnected with a bunch of other friends I'd let drift away because they didn't meet Lily's approval. The mutual friends who sided with Lily have mostly faded out of my life. Jake tried reaching out a few months ago with some half-assed apology about not understanding the full situation, but I didn't respond. Some bridges you just let burn. Now the part you're probably curious about, Sophie. Remember how she was in Vancouver? Well, turns out she'd been applying for positions down here. She got hired at Providence Medical Center about 4 months ago. Better pay, better hours, closer to her family in Oregon. We'd been texting pretty regularly, and when she told me about the job offer, I offered to help her find an apartment, show her around the city, whatever she needed. We started hanging out when she moved here. Casual at first, I'd show her good restaurants, we'd meet up for coffee, that kind of thing. There was definitely something there, but neither of us rushed it. We'd both come out of shitty situations and weren't trying to jump into anything. About 2 months ago, we went to this concert together. I don't even remember who was playing, but I remember at some point she grabbed my hand during one of the songs and it felt easy, natural, like it wasn't a calculated move or a test, just two people who wanted to be close to each other. We've been dating officially for 6 weeks now. It's completely different from anything I experienced with Lily. Sophie's independent, she's got her own life, her own friends, her own interests. When we spend time together, it's because we want to, not because one of us is managing the other's insecurities. She's met Emma, who gave me a thumbs up and texted me later. She's normal. Keep this one. Last week we were having dinner at my apartment. I cooked, she brought wine, we were just hanging out, and she said something like, "You know what I like about this? There's no performance, we just are." And yeah, that's exactly it. Now here's where it gets interesting. About 3 weeks ago, I ran into Lily, completely by chance at a coffee shop near my office. I was picking up an order, turned around, and there she was in line behind me. She looked different, not bad, just different, less polished maybe, or maybe I just see her differently now. "Ethan," she said. "Hi." "Lily, hey." Awkward silence. Then she said, "Can we talk for a second? I promise I'm not here to cause problems." Against my better judgment, I said okay. We sat down at one of those high tables by the window. "I've been in therapy," she said. "Since we broke up." "Well, since you broke up with me." I didn't say anything, just waited. "My therapist has been helpful in making me realize some things." She looked down at her coffee cup. "I didn't treat you well. I know you know that, but I need to say it. I was controlling. I used standards as an excuse to manipulate you into proving your worth constantly, and that was fucked up." "Okay," I said. "I'm not asking for anything. I'm not asking for you back or for forgiveness or whatever. I wanted you to know that you were right about all of it. The car thing, the ultimatum, the whole pattern. You were right to leave." She paused. "I've been dating someone new. He's great. But I caught myself doing the same shit, criticizing his job, his apartment, his friends. And I realized I was about to lose another good person because I can't just let people exist without trying to remake them." "I hope therapy's helping with that," I said, and I meant it genuinely. "It is, slowly." She smiled a little. "You look good, happy." "I am. Good, you deserve that." She stood up. "I should go. I just wanted to say thank you for having the guts to walk away. It was the wake-up call I needed." She left, and I sat there for a few minutes processing that conversation. Part of me felt vindicated. She admitted everything I'd felt for 2 years, but mostly I just felt neutral, like she was someone I used to know, not someone who still had any hold on me. I told Sophie about it that night. She listened, nodded, and said, "Do you feel closure?" "I think so, yeah." "Good," she said, "because I really don't want to hear about your ex anymore." She was smiling when she said it, but she meant it, and that was fair. So that's where things stand. I'm in a healthy relationship with someone who doesn't see me as a project. I've got my friends back, my hobbies back, my sense of self back. Work is going well. I'm sleeping fine, eating what I want, living in a space I actually like. Lily got her wake-up call and is hopefully working on herself. Our mutual friends made their choices, and I'm fine with that. Emma keeps threatening to charge me a "I told you so" tax, but she's proud of me. Thanks for all the support, Reddit. You helped me see what I needed to see. Story 6. My girlfriend gave me a literal roadmap to fix myself before marriage. I, 29, have been dating Serena, 27, for about 14 months. She works in brand strategy for a marketing firm. I'm a dev ops lead at a logistics company. We had our differences, but I figured that's just how relationships work. Last Tuesday, she asked me to meet her at this upscale fusion bistro downtown. Said she wanted to talk about our future together. She texted me twice to confirm I'd be there on time and to come with an open mind. I'm thinking maybe vacation plans or moving in together. Cool, whatever. She shows up 15 minutes late with this leather-bound binder, the kind you'd use for a client pitch. She's wearing business casual, which should have been my first red flag because we were just supposed to be grabbing dinner. She sets it on the table between us, smiles, and says, "I've been thinking a lot about us, and I want to make sure we're both ready for the next phase." Then she opens it. It's titled Pre-Marriage Optimization Roadmap, and it has 12 items. Typed, formatted, the whole deal. I'm talking about things like increasing my salary by 50% within 18 months. She suggested I pivot to crypto or Web3. Joining a Pilates studio 5 times per week and getting visible six-pack abs within 6 months. Buying a used Porsche Boxster. She even had specific model years. Reducing contact with my friends Sam, Tony, and Steve to once quarterly. Limiting visits to my mom to twice per year maximum. Enrolling in an executive MBA program. Buying property in Lakeview. Doing a digital wellness detox, which meant deleting my gaming accounts. Taking up golf for networking. Removing my backpacking photos from social media. Refreshing my entire wardrobe to what she called an elevated smart casual aesthetic. I just stared at it. She's talking about KPIs and optimization and aligned life trajectories, and I'm reading "Stop seeing your mom more than twice a year." I asked her if this was serious. She said, of course, she'd spent 3 months researching and planning this. Said she loved me but loved the best version of me, and this was the pathway to get there. Said all successful couples have clear improvement frameworks. I looked at her. Looked at the binder, looked back at her. Then I pulled out my phone, opened my notes app where she could see it, and typed, "Find new girlfriend." I put $40 on the table for my half of drinks and appetizers we hadn't ordered yet, stood up, and left. Got home and she'd beaten me there. She had a key. She was trying to let herself in, but I'd already texted my building manager, Mrs. Doyle, to change the locks on emergency basis. Mrs. Doyle's been managing our building for like 20 years. She's seen everything and doesn't put up with nonsense. She was already there with the maintenance guy when I arrived. I packed all of Serena's stuff, some clothes, toiletries, a yoga mat, a few books, probably $200 worth of stuff total. Took photos of everything laid out, had Mrs. Doyle document it as a witness and sign a simple inventory sheet. Set it all in the building's package room with a note and emailed Serena the pickup details with specific hours she could collect it. Mrs. Doyle copied herself on the email. All official, all documented. Serena tried calling 16 times that evening. Sent probably 40 texts. First it was, "We need to talk about your reaction, and I can't believe you embarrass me like that." Then it became, "You're proving exactly why you need the roadmap, and this defensive response is noted in my analysis." By midnight it had turned into, "You're going to regret throwing away someone who cares enough to invest in your growth, and I did actual research for you." I didn't respond to any of it, just took screenshots for documentation and muted her. This morning she showed up at my office. I work in a pretty casual tech environment, open floor plan type thing. Somehow she got past the front desk, probably said she was meeting someone for lunch. She walked right in with this portable projector setup and announced to basically the entire engineering department that she wanted to do a group feedback session about my resistance to personal development. She'd actually started setting up the projector, and I could see her laptop screen. There was a presentation titled Leon 2, a collaborative improvement initiative. It had slides, multiple slides. My manager Grant came out of his office, took one look at what was happening and said, "Ma'am, this is a workplace, not a TED Talk audition. I'm going to need you to leave." When she started arguing that she was supporting employee development, he just said, "I'll call security or you can walk out yourself. Your choice." She left, but not before loudly saying, "This is exactly the kind of comfort zone thinking that holds people back. My mom thinks I did the right thing, but I should hear her out because maybe she's just nervous about commitment." My friend Tony, one of the quarterly contact-only friends, says I'm a legend and he's buying me drinks this weekend. But I keep thinking about that binder, the time she put into it. Part of me wonders if I'm being too harsh, like maybe she really thought she was helping. Am I crazy here? Was walking out the right move? Edit. Holy shit, did not expect this response. To answer some common questions. Yes, the binder was real. I'm not that creative. No, she never mentioned being unhappy with any of this stuff before, like we'd never fought about my friends or my car or anything. And yeah, my mom is great. I see her most Sundays for dinner. The idea of cutting that to twice a year made me feel physically sick. Also, someone asked about the digital wellness detox. She wanted me to delete my Steam account. I have like 15 years and $3,000 worth of games on there, so that's a hard no. Update 1. Thanks for all the support on the last post. A lot of you warned me she wasn't done, and you were right. So that workplace incident I mentioned. Grant pulled me aside after she left and said he was documenting everything in case she tried to come back. Said he's seen obsessive ex situations before and I should probably loop in HR. I filed a formal report that afternoon. That was Wednesday. By Friday, things had escalated in ways I genuinely didn't see coming. Thursday morning, I got a call from my mom. She sounded confused and kind of annoyed. Apparently, Serena had shown up at her house with some guy she introduced as a relationship interventionist. No warning, no call ahead, just knocked on the door at 9 a.m. My mom said this guy had a whole folder and started talking about emergency family intervention protocols and how they were there to help address my commitment avoidance patterns. The dude had apparently prepared discussion topics about my resistance to growth and wanted to facilitate a conversation about how my mom's parenting style had contributed to my fear of optimization. My mom just looked at them and asked, "Did my son agree to this?" When they said no, he hadn't, she told them to leave. The interventionist tried to give her his card, said they could reschedule when I was ready to engage with the process. My mom shut the door. But here's what really got me. After they left, my mom noticed they'd left behind some of their materials. There was a whole printed packet about common resistance patterns in improvement-averse partners. It had a section specifically about me, with bullet points about my relationship with her, my friends, my career choices. Serena had apparently spent time analyzing my entire life for this guy. My mom was pissed. Not scared, just angry that someone would show up at her house and critique how she raised me. She asked if I wanted her to file a police report for harassment. I said not yet, but I took photos of everything. Then Friday happened. I got an email from someone named Richard Brennan. Subject line, career opportunity and personal growth. It was Serena's dad. The email was weirdly formal and basically said he'd heard I was at a career crossroads. I'm not, and wanted to offer me a position as operations director at his commercial real estate company. Salary would be a significant increase, enough to hit that 50% raise Serena wanted. The email specifically mentioned that the role would exceed the income targets necessary for upward lifestyle mobility. Then it got weirder. He said that accepting the position would show serious commitment to building a future, and that he and his wife would be comfortable moving forward with supporting an engagement if I came on board within 6 months. I read it 3 times to make sure I wasn't misunderstanding. This man was offering me a job in exchange for proposing to his daughter. I showed it to Tony and he said, "Dude, they're trying to buy you." Which, yeah, pretty much. I replied and kept it simple. "Thank you for the offer, but I'm happy with my current position and career trajectory. I don't think this would be a good fit." He wrote back within an hour saying he was disappointed by this short-sighted decision and that I was missing an opportunity to align with a successful family structure. I forwarded everything to my personal email and saved it. But the absolute peak of this week came Saturday morning. I got an email from Mrs. Doyle, my building manager. Apparently, Serena had filed a formal complaint with the building management company claiming I'd illegally evicted her from the apartment. Her complaint said she'd been living there for 6 months and had tangible residency rights, and that I'd violated tenant protection laws by changing the locks. She attached a document she'd typed up claiming her visual residence duration was 6 months and her psychological residence duration was a full year. I don't even know what psychological residence duration means. Mrs. Doyle shut it down immediately. She replied with a copy of my lease showing Serena's name appears exactly nowhere on it. Along with the inventory documentation, we'd done showing her belongings totaled about $200 worth of items, not the volume of someone actually living somewhere. Mrs. Doyle copied me on her response, which ended with, "Without proof of tenancy via lease agreement, rent payment receipts, or legal documentation, there is no basis for this complaint. This matter is considered closed." Serena replied accusing Mrs. Doyle of enabling toxic masculine independence and said she'd be pursuing legal channels. Mrs. Doyle didn't respond to that. So now I've got a 3-ring binder of someone trying to redesign my personality, workplace incident documentation, a marriage intervention ambush at my mom's house, a job offer contingent on proposing, and a false eviction claim. I'm meeting with a lawyer this week. Several people in my last post suggested I get ahead of this legally, and yeah, I think it's time. Tony offered to come with me for moral support, which honestly I might take him up on. The thing that gets me is how calculated it all is. Like, she's not yelling or losing it. Everything is presented as logical and reasonable. The roadmap, the intervention, her dad's email, even the eviction complaint. It's all formatted and professional and completely insane. My mom asked me if Serena was always like this and I just didn't notice. Honest answer, I don't know. I knew she was ambitious and liked to plan things, but this is different. This feels like she decided I was a fixer-upper project and can't accept that I'm declining the renovation. Anyway, I'll update again after I talk to the lawyer. If nothing else, I now have a hell of a story about why I don't date marketing people anymore. Edit. A bunch of people are asking if I kept the original binder. I didn't. She took it with her when she left the restaurant. But I wish I had photos of it now, because apparently I'm going to need documentation of everything. Update 2. Okay, so the lawyer meeting happened. Her name's Patricia. She specializes in harassment cases. And after I walked her through everything she said, I've seen determined exes before, but this is impressively systematic. She drafted a cease and desist letter, and we sent it last Monday. Serena's response was to escalate in the weirdest possible ways. 2 days after she received the letter, she posted on LinkedIn. The post was titled Relationship Architecture, when you've outgrown your partner, and it was hashtagged with stuff like personal growth, know your worth, upward mobility. She didn't name me, but she described the situation in enough detail that anyone who knew us would recognize it. Talked about investing months in a comprehensive development framework for a partner, only to face defensive rejection from someone comfortable with mediocrity. She called herself a relationship architect in her bio. The post got some initial supportive comments from people who didn't know the full story, but then someone, I don't know who, posted a screenshot of her original roadmap. Like, someone had taken a photo of it at the restaurant or she'd shown it to a friend who leaked it. The screenshot showed up in the comments. Once people saw the actual list, the limit mom visits to twice a year part, the demand to delete gaming accounts, the The friend contact restrictions. The tone shifted pretty dramatically. Comments started pointing out that this wasn't growth, it was control. Someone called it dystopian relationship management. Another person said it read like an HR performance improvement plan. The post was deleted within 2 hours, but screenshots had already spread to Twitter and someone made a TikTok about it. That's when my DMs started filling up with people saying they'd seen it and asking if I was okay. Then the dating app situation started. Last Thursday, I got a text from a number I didn't recognize. Woman named Jessica saying, "Hey, are you still interested in meeting up? You seemed really excited about CrossFit and building your empire on your profile." I had no idea what she was talking about. Told her I think she had the wrong number. She sent me a screenshot. It was a Hinge profile with my photos, pics she must have pulled from my old Instagram before I made it private. The bio said I was an aspiring MBA candidate who loved CrossFit, luxury cars, and building generational wealth. It said I was looking for an ambitious partner ready to level up together. I don't do CrossFit. I drive a paid-off Civic. I've never said the phrase generational wealth in my life. Jessica was cool about it when I explained. She actually thought it was funny and said, "I should have known something was off when the profile said you were passionate about golf networking." We had a laugh about it and I reported the profile to Hinge. Then it happened again with a woman named Gia on Bumble. Same deal, fake profile, same ridiculous bio. Gia was less amused. She'd actually agreed to meet me for coffee and showed up at a Starbucks near my apartment before texting to ask where I was. I had to explain to this stranger that my ex had created fake dating profiles and was catfishing people using my photos. Gia was somewhere between annoyed and concerned. I offered to buy her coffee as an apology for the chaos, and she actually took me up on it. We ended up talking for like an hour about how insane the situation was. She said, "Your ex sounds exhausting," and I said, "Yeah, that's why she's my ex." Gia thought the "build your empire" line was particularly hilarious. I reported both profiles and sent screenshots to Patricia. She added them to the documentation. But here's where it went completely off the rails. Sunday morning, my mom called. She'd received a package. Inside was an invoice from Serena. The invoice was professionally formatted, had an itemized list, and totaled $9,120. The line items were things like relationship strategy consultation, 40 hours charged at $120 per hour. Personal development research and framework creation, 30 hours at $95 per hour. Lifestyle optimization planning, 15 hours at $85 per hour. Family integration coaching preparation, 3 sessions at $65 per session. The invoice was addressed to my mom personally and had a note at the bottom saying, "Services rendered for Leon Mercer's personal and professional development, 3-month engagement period." There was a payment due date of 30 days. My mom called me laughing, like actual laughing. She said, "Does this woman think I'm going to pay her for trying to ruin my son's life?" I told her to definitely not pay it and that I was forwarding it to Patricia immediately. My mom, being who she is, wrote a response email. She said, "Thank you for your invoice. I'll be sure to add it to the collection of documentation my son's attorney is maintaining. For future reference, my consulting rate for reading unsolicited bills is $300 per hour. You now owe me $300. Payment due in 30 days. She attached a cease and desist letter from her own lawyer. She'd already contacted a family attorney after the intervention incident. Patricia's response when I showed her the invoice was, "This is actually helpful. It demonstrates a pattern of delusional behavior and proves she's unwilling to disengage." We sent an updated cease and desist with all the new documentation, the LinkedIn post, the fake dating profiles, the invoice. The letter explicitly stated that any further contact with me, my family, or my employer would result in us pursuing a restraining order. Serena's response came through her own lawyer. Apparently she'd hired one. Her lawyer sent a letter claiming I'd breached an implied contract for mutual self-improvement and that by ending the relationship I'd caused her loss of expected lifestyle advancement. They demanded $15,000 in damages. Patricia called it one of the most absurd claims she'd seen in 15 years of practice and said we'd have no problem getting it dismissed. But she also said we should move forward with the restraining order anyway because Serena clearly wasn't going to stop. We filed the petition this morning. The hearing's in 2 weeks. Tony's been checking in daily. He said, "Dude, she sent your mom a bill. Who does that?" And honestly, I don't have an answer. Sam and Steve have been great too. We had a gaming session over the weekend, and they kept making jokes about charging me consulting fees for playing co-op. The whole thing feels surreal. Like, I broke up with someone because they wanted to redesign my entire personality, and their response has been to prove exactly why breaking up was the right call. Grant told me yesterday that if Serena shows up at work again, building security has photos and instructions to call the police immediately. HR's been supportive too, which is good. I'll update after the restraining order hearing. Patricia seems confident it'll be granted given everything we've documented, but we'll see. Edit, for everyone asking how the fake profiles got through verification. Apparently she used photos where my face was clear enough that the app systems accepted them. I've now reported my photos to both platforms, so they should flag any future attempts. Final update. It's been about 2 months since my last post, and I figured I owed you all a final update since you've been following this whole mess. The hearing was pretty straightforward. Patricia brought printed documentation of everything: the workplace incident with security footage, the intervention at my mom's house with the materials they left behind, her dad's job offer email, the false eviction complaint, the LinkedIn post with screenshots before it was deleted, both fake dating profiles, and the invoice to my mom. The judge looked through it all, asked Serena's lawyer if they had any explanation for the pattern of behavior, and her lawyer basically argued that she was concerned about my well-being and trying to maintain communication. The judge said something like, "This goes well beyond concern. This is systematic harassment with clear escalation." He granted an 18-month restraining order. No contact, direct or indirect. Can't come within 500 feet of me, my workplace, or my mom's house. Serena looked furious when it was read, but she didn't say anything. Here's where things got interesting in the aftermath. About 3 weeks after the hearing, I got a message from someone named Ava. She said she'd gone to college with Serena and had seen the whole situation play out online. She wanted to apologize for not saying something sooner. Apparently she'd watched Serena treat people this way before but had never called her out on it. We met up for coffee. Ava's a coordinator at the public library downtown, and she was genuinely kind about the whole thing. Said she'd seen Serena do similar stuff to other people, just never to this level of intensity. We talked for a while, and she mentioned there was a book club that met at the library on Thursday nights if I ever wanted something normal to do. I went. It's been nice, honestly. Just people talking about books, no optimization frameworks or KPIs. Ava and I have been hanging out more, went to a couple of museums, got dinner a few times. It's casual and easy, and she thinks it's cool that I'm close with my mom. Revolutionary concept, apparently. Meanwhile, Serena's life went in a different direction. Remember how her LinkedIn post got screenshot and spread around? Apparently someone from her company's executive team saw it. They didn't fire her or anything, but from what Ava heard through mutual friends, there were some conversations about professional boundaries and social media presence. Then Serena tried to start a TikTok channel called Dating Up, where she was going to give relationship advice. It lasted maybe 2 weeks before the comments became unmanageable. People kept asking about the boyfriend KPI spreadsheet, and she eventually just shut it down. The real consequence came from something I only learned about recently. Serena had been doing freelance brand consulting on the side, and one of her clients was a wedding planning company. Apparently at one of their events, she grabbed a microphone during someone else's wedding and tried to give an unsolicited toast about relationship success metrics. The couple complained. The wedding planning company reviewed her contract, and they ended up severing ties. The bride apparently posted about it on social media, and it got enough traction that other potential clients backed out. Her freelance work basically dried up. I don't feel good about that exactly, but I also didn't cause it. She did that herself. As for me, the weirdest silver lining came from Grant. Remember my manager? After the LinkedIn thing went viral, a logistics partner reached out to our company. They'd seen the whole situation online, thought my calm handling of it showed good judgment, and wanted to discuss expanding our contract. Turns out one of their executives had dealt with a similar stalker situation years ago and was impressed with how I documented everything and handled it legally. We ended up landing a 12-month contract to build out their CI/CD pipeline for their shipping platform. It meant budget for 2 new hires and bonuses for the team. No MBA required. No Porsche. Just doing my job well and not letting chaos derail me. I'm still driving my Civic. Still gaming with Sam, Tony, and Steve on weekends. We're working through Baldur's Gate 3 co-op right now. Still having Sunday dinners with my mom, who has absolutely been dining out on this story with her friends. Started going to a boxing gym instead of CrossFit because it sounded more fun. Not training for abs, just like hitting things. Ava invited me to her friend's birthday thing next weekend. Normal relationship progression, no roadmaps, it's nice. I saw Serena once from a distance about a month ago, different coffee shop, she didn't notice me. She looked fine. I hope she is, honestly. I hope she got some help or at least realized that you can't manage other people into being who you want them to be. The restraining order's still in effect for another year or so. Patricia said if she violates it at all, to document and report immediately, but so far there's been nothing. Also, document everything. Seriously, everything. Thanks to everyone who gave advice and support through this whole thing. I'm good now. Life's pretty quiet, which is exactly what I wanted. Edit. People are asking about the implied contract lawsuit she tried to file. It got dismissed pretty quickly. Her lawyer apparently withdrew from the case before it even got to court. Patricia said it likely wasn't worth his time once he realized how weak the claim was. Story 7. My girlfriend gave me an ultimatum about trusting her book club with her ex. I called her bluff. So my girlfriend Ava and I have been together for almost 2 years. Things have been pretty solid overall. We moved in together last year, talk about the future, the whole deal. But there's this one thing that's been eating at me for months. Every weekend, like clockwork, Ava goes to this book club with her ex-boyfriend Blake. And I mean every single weekend. Friday evening or Saturday morning, she's out the door with her little tote bag and some novel. Comes back 4 or 5 hours later talking about deep literary discussions and how Blake has such interesting insights into character development. Now, I'm not some insecure caveman. They broke up 3 years before Ava and I started dating, reconnected as friend a year later, and she was upfront about it from the start. I'd hung out with both of them before and it really did seem like just friendship, so I was cool with it. But this book club thing feels different. Off somehow. When I casually mentioned maybe joining them sometime since I actually read a lot, she got weird about it. Oh, it's just a small group, very intimate discussions, you'd probably find it boring. When I asked who else was in this book club, it was always vague. Just a few people from Blake's work, or some girl from yoga class, but never specific names I could reference later. The thing that really gets to me is how she acts when she comes back. She's always in this great mood, talking about how refreshing it is to have intellectual conversations and how Blake really understands her perspective on things. Meanwhile, when we try to discuss books together, she's usually on her phone or says she's too tired from work. Last month I decided to test something. I picked up the book she claimed they were reading, some literary fiction about memory and trauma. When I tried to bring it up with her, she clearly hadn't read past chapter 3, even though she'd spent 5 hours supposedly discussing it in depth. So last Saturday, I brought it up again. Not accusatory, just concerned. I said something like, "Hey, I've noticed this book club thing happens every single weekend, and I'm feeling a bit disconnected from that part of your life. Is everything okay?" Her response was immediate defensiveness. "What do you mean disconnected? It's just a book club, Logan. I'm allowed to have intellectual interests." I tried to clarify. "I know, and I think it's great that you're reading more. I just meant that it takes up every single weekend, and when I've tried to engage with you about the books, it seems like maybe the discussions aren't really about literature." That's when her tone shifted completely. "Are you seriously suggesting I'm lying about book club? What exactly are you accusing me of?" "I'm not accusing you of anything," I said, still trying to address the issue as calmly as I could. "I'm just saying that Blake is your ex-boyfriend, and spending every weekend with him while excluding me from that part of your life feels weird to me." Well, guess what? Did she sit down and have a mature conversation with me about my concern after that? No, she went nuclear. "I can't believe you're being this controlling. Blake is my friend. If you think I can't have a healthy friendships with him just because we once dated, then maybe you're not ready for a relationship." I tried to explain that it wasn't about trust exactly, more about boundaries and balance. Maybe they could do book club every other week, or I could come with her once in a while to meet these other members she kept mentioning. Her response: "I'm not negotiating my friendships with you. Either you trust me or you don't. If you don't trust me, then we shouldn't be together." Here's where I probably screwed up. Instead of backing down or trying to smooth things over like I usually do, something in me just clicked. I looked at her for a long moment and said, "You know what? You're absolutely right." The look on her face was priceless, like she'd been expecting me to apologize and beg forgiveness, not agree with her ultimatum. "What do you mean?" she asked. "I mean you're right. I don't trust this situation, and apparently you're not willing to address my concerns or make any compromises. So yeah, maybe we shouldn't be together." She started backtracking immediately. "Logan, come on, you know I didn't mean it like that. We can work this out." Here's the thing though, I'd already been thinking about this for weeks. My company had offered me a position in our Amsterdam office 3 months ago. Significant pay bump, housing allowance, chance to build out a new product team from scratch. I turned it down because of Ava, because I thought we were building something together. But sitting there listening to her give me an ultimatum about spending every weekend with her ex-boyfriend while dismissing my feelings, I realized I'd been an idiot. "Actually, Ava, I think you were right the first time. This isn't working." Then I stood up and walked to my office, leaving her in the living room completely speechless. I called my boss that night. The Amsterdam position was still open. Edit: "Holy shit, this blew up. Thanks for all the comments. Some people are asking why I didn't fight harder or try counseling. Look, I'd been having this conversation with her for months in different forms. This wasn't a one-time thing. It was a pattern of dismissing my concerns and then making me feel unreasonable for having them. For those asking about the timeline, I accepted the Amsterdam offer on Sunday, put in my 2 weeks on Monday, and I'll be flying out next Saturday. Company is handling the visa rush and everything. When you've already been considering a decision for months, it doesn't take long to pull the trigger." Update 1. Well, that escalated quickly. After our conversation last Saturday, Ava spent Sunday trying to fix things. She kept saying she'd overreacted, that she values our relationship, that we could find a compromise about the book club thing. But notice how the compromise was still her going, just maybe texting me more during it or introducing me to Blake when the timing was right. I told her I'd already accepted the Amsterdam position and would be leaving in 2 weeks. She did not take this well. "You're throwing away everything we built together over one fight," she practically yelled in my face. "That's completely insane, Logan. You're having some kind of breakdown." I pointed out that she'd literally told me we shouldn't be together if I couldn't trust her book club situation, and I was simply agreeing with her assessment. Apparently this was me twisting her words. Here's where it gets interesting. Since my name is the only one on the lease, she moved into my place. I told her she had 2 weeks to figure out alternative living arrangements. I wasn't trying to be cruel, but I'm not going to pay rent on an apartment I don't live in for someone who just told me we're incompatible. She asked if she could stay until she found something. I said that would make the transition harder for both of us, so probably not. If she didn't move out after 2 weeks, I'd pack up her stuff and leave it with my neighbor Noah, who she has the contact info for. Monday and Tuesday were weird. She was being super affectionate, making elaborate dinners, talking about how we could do long distance for a while, and then she could maybe get a job in Amsterdam too. But it felt like too little too late. Plus, the whole thing felt manipulative, like she was love bombing me to change my mind rather than actually addressing the underlying issues. Wednesday, she switched tactics. Started crying about how I was abandoning her, how she couldn't believe I'd choose a job over our love, how this was going to traumatize her. When I didn't bite on the guilt trip, she got angry again. Fine, go to Amsterdam, but don't expect me to be here when you realize you made a huge mistake. I'm literally moving to another continent. I'm not expecting you to be here. Thursday, she was gone when I got home from work. No note, nothing. But she'd taken some of my stuff too, my nice coffee maker, a couple books, my good winter coat. I texted her asking about it and got back a novel about how those things had sentimental value to her, and she'd contributed to buying them. She hadn't, and how I was being petty and vindictive. Rather than fight about material possessions, I just bought new stuff, had it shipped to my corporate housing in Amsterdam, and saved myself the drama. Well, apparently that only made her even angrier, since the whole stunt was meant to bait me into engaging. Friday was my last day at work. My team threw a little goodbye lunch, which was sweet. I came home to find Ava had returned my stuff, but also left a 3-page handwritten letter about how much our relationship meant to her, and how she hoped I'd reconsider. Questionable move on her part, but I was already past the point of trying to make sense of it, so I simply tossed the letter in the trash. Saturday morning. Yesterday, I'm packing my last suitcase when there's pounding on the door. It's Ava, but she's brought back up her mom and little sister. Her mom starts immediately. "Logan, honey, Ava told us what happened. You can't really be throwing away 2 good years over a little disagreement." Her sister chimes in. "She's been crying for days. Can't you guys just talk this through?" I stayed calm and explained that Ava and I had different ideas about appropriate boundaries in relationships, and we'd both agreed we weren't compatible. Ava's mom. "But book club is just intellectual stimulation. Surely you're not threatened by that." At this point, I'm realizing Ava has given them a very sanitized version of events. I didn't want to get into details with her family, so I just said we talked it through extensively and both decided this was for the best. That's when Ava started crying and saying I was ruining her life and destroying her stability, and how could I be so cold and calculated? I'll admit, seeing her cry did affect me. We had a lot of good times together. But then her sister said something that really crystallized things for me. "You're really going to choose some random job over someone who loves you?" And I realized, even her own family saw my career advancement as some random job, rather than a significant opportunity. They saw me as unreasonable for prioritizing my professional growth when Ava wasn't willing to compromise on something that made me uncomfortable. I told them I had a flight to catch and needed to finish packing. More tears, more accusations of being heartless, but eventually they left. I'm writing this from the airport. Flight boards in an hour. Here's what's weird, I keep expecting to feel sadder about this. Like I should be devastated about ending a 2-year relationship, right? But mostly I just feel relieved and excited about Amsterdam. Maybe that might actually be a good thing. Edit, a bunch of people are asking if I ever found out what was actually happening with the book club. Honestly, I didn't investigate because it didn't matter. Whether she was cheating emotionally, physically, or just prioritizing another man's company over our relationship, the result was the same. I wasn't comfortable with it and she wasn't willing to modify it. Update 2. Oh boy, you guys are not going to believe what happened. So I've been in Amsterdam for about a week now. The job is incredible. I'm working with this brilliant international team on a product that could legitimately change how people interact with financial services. The city is amazing, and the corporate housing is way nicer than my apartment back home. I was honestly starting to feel like I dodged a bullet with the whole Ava situation. Until yesterday. My buddy Noah from back home sends me a screenshot around 2 a.m. my time. He's a night owl. It's from a group chat at his gym, and holy shit. The screenshot shows Blake, yes, that Blake, the infamous ex-boyfriend, bragging to the guys about his book club arrangement. And I quote, "El Mau yeah book club is what we call it when Ava comes over every weekend. We've been hooking up for like 4 months while people think we're discussing Virginia Woolf." Another guy in the chat, "Wait, isn't she still with that Logan dude?" Blake, "Technically yeah, but not for much longer. She's going to break up with him once she figures out her housing situation. I'm not trying to deal with her moving drama." Noah immediately called me. "Dude, I'm so sorry. I had no idea. Do you want me to send this to Ava?" I told him to hold off. I needed to process this. Part of me felt vindicated. My gut instincts had been right, but mostly I just felt sad. Not devastated, but sad that someone I'd cared about had been lying to my face for months and making me feel crazy for having normal concerns. But then Noah called me again this morning with an update that's freaking wild. Apparently, Blake's girlfriend Grace, who I'd never heard of before, saw the gym group chat screenshot when one of the guys showed it to her, thinking she should know what her boyfriend was up to. Grace immediately confronted Blake, who tried to claim it was just locker room talk and he was exaggerating. But Grace wasn't buying it. She'd already do some digging and found evidence that contradicted his words. Blake then tried to tell her that his Saturday activities were just helping his depressed ex-girlfriend work through some issues via bibliotherapy. Yes, bibliotherapy. This dude told his current girlfriend that he was providing therapeutic book discussions for his sad ex-Grace, who apparently has a background in social media marketing, decided to go nuclear. She posted an Instagram story with screenshots of Blake's messages, the gym chat, and a timeline of his lies. Tagged him, tagged Ava, tagged a bunch of their mutual friends. The story blew up locally. Like hundreds of shares, people commenting with their own Blake stories. Apparently this isn't his first rodeo, the whole thing. Within hours, Ava had posted her own response calling Grace psychotic and claiming that Blake was lying to make himself look good, that nothing physical had happened, that she'd been emotionally vulnerable, and Blake had taken advantage of her need for intellectual connection. But here's the kicker. Grace had receipts, screenshots of Ava's own messages to Blake from months ago, talking about how Logan doesn't suspect anything and how they needed to be more careful about their weekend meetups. Nobody knew how Grace got them and nobody cared. The drama was all that mattered. By evening, Ava had deleted her response post because the comments were brutal. People were not buying her victim narrative, especially when the evidence showed she'd been an active participant in the deception. Noah sent me updates throughout the day like it was a Netflix series. Episode 4. Blake's sister comments calling him a disgrace to the family. Episode 5. Ava's coworker reveals she'd been asking about Amsterdam job opportunities 2 months ago. That last one hit me hard. She'd been researching jobs in Amsterdam while lying to me about book club and then acting like my move was this sudden, relationship-destroying decision. The weirdest part, I keep waiting to feel angry or betrayed, but I mostly just feel grateful. Grateful that I trusted my instincts. Grateful that I didn't fight harder to save something that was already over. Grateful that I'm sitting in an Amsterdam cafe right now instead of home dealing with this drama. My phone's been buzzing with notifications. Missed calls from Ava, texts from her sister, even a message from her mom apologizing for misunderstanding the situation last week. I haven't responded to any of them. A few people from back home have reached out saying they're proud of me for handling it like a man and not getting dragged into the social media circus. Apparently, my complete absence from the drama has made me look mature and unbothered, which wasn't intentional, but I'll take it. Edit. Someone asked about Blake's current situation. According to Noah, Grace broke up with him immediately and moved out of their shared apartment. Blake's been trying to do damage control, but the story has spread through their social circles. Apparently he's claiming he was going through a rough patch and made some poor decisions, but isn't taking real responsibility. Classic. Final update. This is probably my last update on this saga, but you guys have been so supportive I wanted to close the loop. It's been about 3 weeks since I moved to Amsterdam, and honestly life is pretty great. Work is challenging in the best way. I'm learning Dutch badly but enthusiastically. And I've started dating someone, Aoife, who's a freelance editor from Dublin working on a book about European startup culture. We met at a literary event. The irony isn't lost on me, and she's brilliant, funny, and refreshingly direct about what she wants. But of course, Ava couldn't let sleeping dogs lie. Last Friday, I'm having dinner with Aoife when my phone starts buzzing. Unknown Amsterdam number. I ignore it, but it keeps calling. Finally, I answer and it's Ava calling from the airport. Logan, I'm here. I'm in Amsterdam. We need to talk. I step outside and ask what the hell she's doing here. I flew here to win you back, to prove that what we had was real and worth fighting for. Guys, she flew to another country without telling me to win me back. Can you believe this woman? I told her that was completely inappropriate and she needed to fly home immediately. I didn't want to see her, we had nothing to discuss and showing up unannounced was stalking behavior. But I have something important to tell you, something that changes everything. Against my better judgment, I asked what? I'm pregnant, Logan. I'm carrying your baby. My blood went cold. We'd always been careful, but these things happen, right? Still, my brain went straight to logistics, not feelings. I told her we'd need a paternity test and then figure out next steps, but that none of this changed my decision to end the relationship. She started crying, saying she'd made a mistake with Blake, that it was only emotional cheating but never physical, that she'd been confused and scared about our future but now realized what she wanted. I told her to get a hotel, that we could meet for coffee the next day to discuss next steps, but made it clear that I wasn't going to change my mind about us. Saturday morning, I meet her at a cafe near her hotel. She looks terrible, clearly hasn't slept, makeup smudged, the whole thing. But instead of talking about pregnancy logistics or co-parenting plans, she started with this whole spiel about how Amsterdam was beautiful and she could see herself living here. How maybe this was actually fate bringing us back together. How Blake meant nothing and she'd been testing our relationship because she was scared of commitment. I stopped her. Ava, let's focus on the practical stuff. When did you take the pregnancy test? Have you seen a doctor? When are you due? Her face completely changed. She got this trapped look and started crying harder. Well, it's still early, very early. When did you take the test? A few days ago, but these things aren't always accurate, you know. Have you made a doctor's appointment? I was waiting to talk to you first. I wanted us to figure things out together. I pulled out my phone. There's a clinic nearby. We can go right now, get a proper test done. Logan, wait, that's not. Her hand shot across the table, panic flickering in her eyes. We don't need to rush into. I pulled away. Ava, when was your last period? Long pause. Then she finally crumbled. Okay, I'm not actually pregnant, but I could be. We should try. This could be our fresh start. I just stared at her. You lied about being pregnant to manipulate me into seeing you. More tears, more backtracking. She'd been desperate and not thinking clearly, and she just needed me to listen to her. I stood up, put money on the table for my coffee, and told her to lose my number. Logan, wait, you can't just walk away from 2 years. I can and I am. Don't contact me again. I blocked her on everything right there in the cafe and walked home. But wait, it gets worse. Monday, I get a call at work from building security. There's a woman in the lobby claiming to be my girlfriend, asking for my apartment number. They'd refused to let her up, but she'd been there for 3 hours. I went down to find Ava in the lobby with luggage, trying to convince the security guard that we were together and I'd just forgotten to add her to the visitor list. The security guard looked at me apologetically. Sir, do you know this woman? She's my ex-girlfriend from America. I've already told her I don't want contact with her. She needs to leave. Ava started this whole scene about how I was abandoning her in a foreign country, how she'd used her savings to fly here. How could I be so heartless? The security guard, who was this no-nonsense Dutch woman in her 50s, looked at Ava and said, "Miss, you're trespassing. Leave now or I call the police." She finally left, but not without shouting something about how I'd regret this, and she hoped I was happy with my rebound girlfriend. I asked security to flag her photo and not let her into the building under any circumstances. They were very understanding and professional about it. That evening, Noah texted me that Ava had been posting on social media about her romantic gesture to fly to Amsterdam, but painting it as if I'd been expecting her and then cruelly rejected her. The comments were apparently not sympathetic. By Wednesday, she'd flown home. Haven't heard from her since, and I hope it stays that way. Meanwhile, Blake has been trying to get back with Grace, who's having none of it. Word is he got fired from his job for something unrelated, but the timing suggests his reputation caught up with him professionally too. Last I heard through Noah, he's moved back in with his parents and is working at his uncle's landscaping business. Not judging honest work, but it's quite a come down from his previous marketing job. Actions have consequences, who knew? As for me, Aoife and I are taking things slow, but it's going really well. We have actual book discussions, and when she disagrees with me about something, she says so clearly instead of manipulating me into questioning my own perceptions. My company has offered to extend my Amsterdam assignment indefinitely, and I'm strongly considering it. Thanks for all the support, guys. Story 8. I overheard my wife tell her friend she'd choose her ex over me if she could do it over. I'm still processing this and honestly don't know if I'm overreacting. My wife Leela and I have been married for 3 years, together for 6. We met through mutual friends, and everyone always said we were perfect together, same values, same life goals, comfortable with each other. I genuinely thought we had a solid marriage. Not fireworks every day, but stable and good. Last Saturday we went to my cousin's wedding. Beautiful venue, live band, open bar, the whole thing. During the father-daughter dance, I was sitting at our table while Leela stood with her best friend Priya a few feet away. The music was loud, but there was this moment where the volume dipped between songs. That's when I heard Leela lean in and say to Priya, "If I could do it all over again, I'd still choose Adrian over Evan." Adrian is her ex from college. They dated for 2 years before he moved across the country for grad school and they broke up. I've heard his name maybe 5 times in 6 years. I froze. Priya said something I couldn't hear and then they were laughing and the music picked back up. I sat there the rest of the reception trying to figure out if I'd misheard. But I know what I heard. She said his name. She said, "Over Evan." There's no other Evan at that wedding, no other context that makes sense. I didn't confront her that night. I wanted to, but we were in public and I was still trying to process. The next morning over coffee, I tested the waters. I asked her, "If you could go back and do things differently, would you change anything about us?" She barely looked up from her phone. "No, you're exactly who I wanted to marry." Smooth as anything. Like she'd rehearsed it. That's when I knew I hadn't imagined the wedding comment. Because if that were true, she would have given me a real answer, something with thought behind it. Instead, I got the line you give someone when you're trying to end a conversation. The past 2 weeks have been weird. I've been watching her more carefully, and honestly, I don't know how I missed it before. She's on her phone constantly, texting Priya. She zones out during dinner. When I try to talk about anything deeper than logistics, she gives me these surface-level responses and changes the subject. It's like she's elsewhere. I haven't snooped through her phone or anything. I didn't want to be that guy. But yesterday, something happened that I can't ignore. We both have iPhones and share an iCloud family account for storage. I was on my laptop looking for a document when I saw a new voice memo had synced from her phone. The title was just Girls Night 8:15. I wasn't trying to invade her privacy. It was literally just sitting there in the shared folder. I played it. It's Leela and Priya talking, probably from Priya's apartment based on the background noise. Priya must have hit record accidentally, or maybe she was recording for some other reason. I don't know. But about 4 minutes in, I hear this, "Leela, I married Evan because he was safe, you know. Like Adrian was this intense, all-consuming thing. We'd fight and then make up, and it felt like the world was ending and beginning every week. Evan's just, steady, reliable, Priya. But you love him, right, Leela? I love him like you love a best friend. But that fire I had with Adrian, I've never felt that with Evan. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if Adrian hadn't moved, if I would have even met Evan. There's more, but that's the part that's been playing on repeat in my head. She married me because I was safe. Not because she couldn't imagine her life without me, because I was the reliable option. I feel like an idiot. 6 years. 3 years of marriage. I thought we chose each other. Turns out I was just the guy who showed up after the one she actually wanted left town. I don't know what to do here. Part of me wants to confront her directly, but another part feels like, what's the point? She already told me the truth when she thought I couldn't hear it. Twice, technically. And she lied to my face the morning after the wedding. I haven't told anyone. Our friend group is tight, and I don't want this to blow up before I know what I'm doing. But I also can't just pretend I didn't hear what I heard. Am I crazy for thinking this is a deal breaker? Or should I try to work through this? I honestly don't even know if there's a path forward from "you were the safe choice." Edit. I've been reading all the comments and I appreciate the different perspectives. A lot of people are asking if she's actually done anything with Adrian or if she's planning to reach out to him. As far as I know, no. She hasn't mentioned him in years, and there's nothing in that voice memo about contacting him. This isn't about cheating, at least not that I know of. It's about finding out I was never her first choice, that she settled for me. And yeah, several of you are right. The fact that she lied directly to my face the next morning might be worse than the original comment. Update 1. It's been about a week. Thanks for all the comments on my original post. A lot of you pushed me to take action instead of just sitting in this, and that helped. First thing I did was talk to a lawyer, not because I decided to divorce, but because I needed to know what I was dealing with. We're in a no-fault state, which basically means if one person wants out, that's enough. The lawyer was straightforward about it. Document our assets, keep records of accounts and property, but don't do anything dramatic. He said the best divorces are the ones where both people are civil. If this goes that direction, he said, try to have one honest conversation where we both agree it's over rather than making it a war. I didn't tell Leela about the lawyer. I wasn't hiding it to be sneaky. I just needed to know my options before having a conversation where I had no idea what she'd say. Meanwhile, Leela's been acting completely normal. That's the weird part. She's not guilty or weird around me. She's just there, pleasant, surface level. It's like living with a roommate who's polite but not particularly invested. I keep thinking about that voice memo. I love him like you love a best friend. Yeah, that tracks. Priya texted me Wednesday asking if Leela and I wanted to come over for game night on Friday. She and her husband Ben do this thing every month where they have a couple friends over, we play board games, eat too much pasta, whatever. Normally we'd go. But I wasn't sure I could sit across from Priya and pretend I didn't know she's been hearing all of Leela's doubts about our marriage for who knows how long. I almost said no. But then I thought, screw it. Maybe it's time for some honesty. So we went. Ben answered the door, and honestly the guy had no idea what was coming. He's a good dude, works in finance, keeps things light, never gets involved in drama. Priya was in the kitchen finishing up the food. Another couple, Matt and Jessica, were already there. We've known them for a few years through Priya and Ben. For the first hour it was fine. Normal. We played a round of code names, ate dinner, talked about nothing important. Leela was on her phone a few times, but that's been standard lately. Priya kept giving me these looks, though, like she wanted to say something but didn't know how. After dinner, we're all sitting around the living room with drinks, and Matt makes some joke about marriage being about radical honesty. Jessica laughs and says they tried that once and it lasted about 24 hours before they agreed some things are better left unsaid. That's when Priya spoke up. I don't know if I agree with that, she said. She was looking directly at Leela. I think honesty is the only thing that actually works. Even when it's uncomfortable. Leela looked confused. What do you mean? And Priya just went for it. I mean, if you're going to spend 2 months telling me that you married the wrong person, maybe Evan should know that. The room went dead silent. Leela's face went white. Priya, what the hell? You've been texting me almost every day about how you picked Evan because he was safe. About how you wonder what would have happened if Adrian hadn't left. About how you're thinking of reaching out to him to see what if. I'm sorry, but I can't keep pretending this is just girl talk anymore. Leela stood up, her hands shaking. This is not the time or place. Then when is? Priya looked at me. Evan, I'm sorry. I should have said something sooner, but she's been talking about this for months. And you deserve to know that she's been planning to message Adrian. She opened his Facebook profile last week. Leela turned to me and I could see her trying to figure out what I knew. Evan, I swear I wasn't. This isn't what it sounds like. Is it true? I asked. My voice came out calmer than I felt. Have you been planning to reach out to him? She opened her mouth, closed it, opened it again. I don't know. I mean, I thought about it. But I wasn't actually going to, but you wanted to, I said. You've been thinking about him, wondering what if, telling Priya that you married the wrong person. Her eyes filled with tears. I love you, Evan, I do. It's different with you. It's not, she stopped herself, but I knew what she was about to say. It's not what you had with Adrian, I finished for her. She looked at the floor. I didn't mean for you to find out like this. How did you mean for me to find out, or were you just planning to keep pretending? Matt and Jessica were frozen on the couch. Ben looked like he wanted to disappear into the wall. Priya was crying now too, but she didn't take it back. Leela tried to reach for my hand. Can we please talk about this at home? Not here. I stood up. Yeah, let's go. We said awkward goodbyes. Ben mumbled something apologetic. Priya looked destroyed. Matt and Jessica just nodded. The drive home was 15 minutes of complete silence. Leela cried quietly in the passenger seat. I kept my eyes on the road and tried to figure out what the hell I was supposed to say when we got there. Because here's the thing, this isn't a surprise. I already knew all of this. The wedding comment, the voice memo. But hearing her admit it out loud in front of people with no way to take it back, that made it real in a way it hadn't been before. We just pulled into our driveway. I'm sitting in the car writing this while she's inside. I don't know what happens next, but I know we're about to have the conversation that decides whether this marriage continues. I'll update again after we talk. Update 2. I'm writing this from my brother's guest room. A lot has happened in the past 48 hours. When we got home from game night, Leela went straight to the bedroom. I sat in the living room for about 20 minutes just thinking. I knew I had to go in there and actually have this conversation, but I needed to be clear about what I was asking. Not angry, just clear. I found her sitting on the edge of the bed. She'd stopped crying, but her eyes were red. When I walked in, she started to say something, but I held up my hand. I need to ask you 3 questions, I said, and I need you to answer them honestly, not what you think I want to hear, the truth, she nodded. First question, did you marry me because I was the safe choice, because Adrian left and I was the guy who was there? She looked at me for a long time. Then quietly, yes, not entirely, but yes, you were stable, reliable. I knew you wouldn't break my heart like he did. Second question, have you been planning to reach out to Adrian? Another pause. I opened his Facebook profile. I drafted a message. I didn't send it, but I thought about it a lot. What did the message say? Just asking how he was, seeing if he ever thought about what could have been. She wiped her eyes. I didn't send it, Evan, I swear. Third question, I said. Do you want to keep being married to me? And I don't mean because it's easier than divorce or because you don't want to hurt me. Do you actually want this marriage? She started crying again. I don't know how to answer that. That is an answer, I told her. She looked up at me. I care about you so much. You're a good person. You've been a good husband. But when I imagine my future, when I think about growing old with someone, I don't feel the way I'm supposed to feel. I think about Adrian and I feel something. I think about you and I feel comfortable. Comfortable isn't enough, I said. Not for me. I want to be with someone who chose me first, not someone who settled for me after the person they actually wanted wasn't available. That's not fair. It is fair. You literally said at that wedding that if you could do it over, you'd choose him over me. You told Priya you married me because I was safe. You were planning to message your ex to see what could have been. How is it not fair to say you settled? She didn't have an answer for that. We talked for another hour, but that was the important part. Everything else was just logistics. She admitted she's been feeling this way for over a year but didn't want to say anything because she thought it would pass. She thought she could just get over it, make herself feel the way she's supposed to feel about her husband, but you can't force that. And I'm not interested in being someone's second choice while they pine for a fantasy. I told her I wanted a divorce. She didn't fight it. If anything, she looked relieved, like she'd been waiting for someone to give her permission to stop pretending. We agreed to handle this as cleanly as possible. No fighting over stuff, no trying to turn friends against each other, no drama. We're both adults. This isn't working. Time to move on. The next morning, she called her sister and asked if she could stay there for a while. Her sister lives about 30 minutes away and has a spare room. Leela packed a bag and left by noon. We agreed she'd come back next week to get more of her things when I'm at work, just to avoid the awkwardness. I called the lawyer I'd consulted and told him we were moving forward. He's drafting the paperwork. Since we're in a no-fault state and we both agree, it should be straightforward. We're selling the house and splitting everything 50-50. Neither of us wants to fight about money or property. We just want this to be done. I told my brother what happened and he immediately offered his guest room. I've been here since yesterday. Honestly, it's been good to be around family. He's not pushing me to talk about it, but he's here if I need him. That's all I need right now. Our friend group has been complicated. Matt and Jessica texted to check in. Ben sent an apology for the ambush, even though it wasn't his fault. Priya sent me a long message saying she's sorry for how it came out, but she couldn't watch me be lied to anymore. I told her I appreciated it. I meant it. Yeah, it was awkward as hell, but if she hadn't said something, I might have spent years in a marriage with someone who was only half there. Leela texted me once. I'm sorry it turned out this way. You deserved better than what I could give you. I didn't respond. There's nothing left to say. The paperwork should be filed by the end of next week. After that, it's just a waiting period. 4 months in our state. Then it's final. I keep thinking about that voice memo. I love him like you love a best friend. The thing is, I don't want to be loved like a best friend by my wife. I want to be the person she can't imagine her life without. The person she'd choose again and again, not the person she settled for when her first choice didn't work out. I'll be fine. I know I will. But right now it just feels like a waste. 6 years, 3 years married. All built on the foundation of good enough. I'm done settling for good enough. Next time, if there is a next time, I want to be someone's first choice, not their safe option. Thanks for all the support, everyone. I'll post another update once the divorce is finalized, but for now, I'm just focused on getting through the next few months. Final update. It's been 4 months. The divorce was finalized last week. I wanted to give one last update because a lot of people reached out asking how things turned out, and honestly, I owe this community a conclusion. The divorce itself was straightforward. No drama, no court battles. We sold the house in October, got a decent price given the market. Split everything 50-50 like we agreed. Leela kept most of the furniture since she was moving into a new apartment. I kept the car and some other stuff. The lawyer fees were minimal because we didn't fight about anything. By mid-December, it was done. I heard through mutual friends that Leela actually did reach out to Adrian about a month after she moved out. Apparently, she sent him a long message about how she'd always wondered, what if, and wanted to reconnect. He responded politely but shut it down immediately. He's been married for 5 years and has 2 kids. He told her he was flattered, but that chapter of his life was closed, and he hoped she was doing well. Then he showed the message to his wife because, and I'm quoting what I heard, he didn't want any weirdness or secrets. I'm not going to lie, there's something satisfying about that. Not in a petty way, just. She spent years romanticizing this idea of what could have been with him, built it up in her head as this lost great love. And when she finally reached out, the reality was that he'd moved on completely. He has a whole life that has nothing to do with her. The fantasy didn't hold up. I don't think Leela and I will ever talk again. And that's fine. She sent one email after the divorce was final saying she hoped I'd find happiness with someone who could give me what I deserved. I didn't reply. There's nothing left to say between us. Priya reached out a few weeks ago. We met for coffee. She apologized again for how the game night went down, said she'd been losing sleep over it. I told her the truth. If she hadn't said something, I'd probably still be in a marriage with someone who was only half committed. Yeah, it was brutal in the moment, but it needed to happen. We're not best friends or anything, but there's no bad blood. Ben and the rest of that friend group have been supportive. I've gone to a couple of hangouts. It's a little awkward when people don't know what to say about the divorce, but mostly everyone's been cool. Matt joked that I'm back on the market, and I should let him set me up with someone from his wife's book club. I told him I'd pass for now. Here's the thing nobody tells you about divorce. It's not just losing a person. It's losing the future you'd planned. The trips you were going to take, the house you were going to renovate, the kids you'd vaguely talked about, all of that just disappears, and you have to build something new from scratch. I moved into my own place in November. One-bedroom apartment, decent neighborhood, close to work. It's mine. I'm not sharing it with someone who wishes they were somewhere else. That matters more than I expected it to. Work has been good. Actually, work might be the best thing in my life right now. I went to a conference in late November, industry networking thing, usually pretty boring but good for career development. That's where I met Harper. She's a project manager for a consulting firm. Also recently divorced, about 8 months ahead of me in the process. She has a 7-year-old daughter. We ended up sitting next to each other at one of those awful conference lunches where they serve rubbery chicken and everyone makes small talk about quarterly projections. We started talking. She mentioned being recently divorced. I mentioned the same. And then we just kept talking. Not about our exes or the past, but about what we were building now. What we wanted. What we'd learned. We exchanged numbers. She texted me the next day asking if I wanted to grab actual good coffee sometime, not conference coffee. I said yes. We've been seeing each other for about 6 weeks now. It's early and we're both being careful. She's got a kid, I'm fresh out of a marriage. Neither of us is trying to rush into anything. But here's what's different. When Harper looks at me, I don't feel like a backup plan. I feel like someone she chose deliberately. Someone she wants to be around. She told me on our third date that after her divorce, she made a list of what she actually needed in a partner. Not what sounded good on paper, not what her family wanted for her, but what she needed. And when we started talking at that conference, she said I checked things off that list she didn't even know were possible. I haven't made a list like that. But I know what I don't want anymore. I don't want someone who's settling. I don't want someone who's with me because I'm safe or reliable or good on paper. I want someone who chooses me first, who isn't comparing me to some ex they never got over. With Harper, I feel like I'm someone's first choice, and that makes all the difference. I'm not saying this is my forever person. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But for the first time since that wedding where I heard Leela say she'd choose her ex over me, I feel like I'm with someone who's actually here, present, choosing this. To everyone who commented on my original posts, thank you. I'm doing okay. Better than okay, actually. The divorce hurt like hell, and there are still moments where I miss the idea of what I thought my life would be. But I don't miss being someone's second choice. I don't miss wondering if my wife was texting her friends about regretting marrying me. I'm moving forward, with someone who sees me as a deliberate choice, not a safe backup. That's what I wanted all along. And now I have it. Thanks for everything, Reddit. I'm logging off this throwaway for good. Time to focus on what's ahead instead of what's behind. Story 9. My girlfriend said, if I accidentally got pregnant, it might be the push we need. Then I found her fertility pills, charts, and a pregnancy plan to trap me into marriage. I got a DNA test. She got exposed. I've been with Lena for almost 2 years now. She's an executive assistant at a marketing firm. I'm a mechanical engineer. Things moved pretty fast with us, probably too fast in hindsight. She was talking about marriage and kids by month 6, which honestly freaked me out a bit. Don't get me wrong, I want those things eventually, but I'm careful when it comes to major life decisions. I told her I wanted to wait at least until we'd been together 3 or 4 years before getting engaged. Maybe save up for a house first, make sure we're financially stable, and only then talk about having a child. She didn't take it well. Started with the "what are you waiting for" conversations, then escalated to "if you loved me you'd want to start our lives together" guilt trips. She'd make comments like "accidents happen, and sometimes they're the best things that happen to us, or maybe the universe will decide for us." Red flags, I know, but I chalked it up to her being more of a romantic than me. Here's where it gets messed up. 3 weeks ago, I was putting away groceries and noticed something weird about a box of condoms in our bathroom drawer. Some of them looked different, like tiny pinprick holes near the tip. My stomach just dropped. I thought maybe it was a manufacturing defect, so I checked another box we had. Same thing. Multiple condoms with what looked like needle holes. I confronted Lena about it that night. She acted shocked, said maybe it was her cat, who has never shown interest in anything in that drawer, then suggested maybe the boxes were damaged during shipping, or maybe there was a quality control issue at the factory. She seemed genuinely confused and concerned, even offered to go buy new ones immediately. I felt like an asshole for suspecting her, but something still felt off. I couldn't shake the feeling that the holes looked too deliberate, too precisely placed. And why would a manufacturing defect affect multiple boxes from different production runs? But then my sister Chloe came over last weekend. She's a pharmacist and has always been protective of me. While Lena was in the shower, Chloe mentioned she'd seen Lena at her pharmacy asking about fertility supplements and ovulation tracking. "Just seemed odd timing," she said, giving me this look. "You guys aren't trying for a baby, right?" My blood went cold. I told Chloe about the condoms and she just stared at me. "Noah, that's not an accident. Nobody damages condoms like that by mistake." I've been walking around feeling like I'm going crazy. Is she really trying to get pregnant on purpose? For what exactly? So she can force me into a marriage? Are we talking about the same person who cries at dog videos and brings me soup when I'm sick? I started paying attention to her cycle tracking. She's always been open about it, said it was for general health. She's been way more interested in sex during what I now realize are her fertile windows. She's also been weird about the condoms lately, sometimes suggesting we just be spontaneous or trust each other completely. Last night she brought up engagement rings again, said her coworker just got engaged and showed me pictures of the ring. Then she said, "You know, if I accidentally got pregnant, it might be the push we need to finally start our lives together." I couldn't sleep last night. My gut is telling me something is very wrong here, but my heart refuses to believe the woman I love could go to such lengths to manipulate me. Am I paranoid? Has anyone dealt with something like this before? I feel like I'm losing my mind. Edit. Holy shit, this blew up. Reading your comments and I think I know what I need to do. Some of you are right, this isn't paranoia, it's my intuition screaming at me. To everyone asking, yes, I'm going to investigate further before confronting her. And yes, I'm going to protect myself. Thank you for the support. Someone asked about our living situation. We moved in together about 8 months ago. The lease is in both our names, but I've been paying most of the rent because I make more. Update 1. Posted 2 weeks ago, you guys freaking called it. Every single one of you who said, trust your gut and investigate before confronting. You were right. So I've spent this week doing some digging while Lena was at work. I felt like a creep going through her stuff, but after reading your comments I knew I had to know the truth. First, I found the fertility supplements Chloe mentioned. Not just basic vitamins, prescription fertility drugs, Clomid to be exact. It increases ovulation and chances of multiple eggs releasing. The prescription was dated 2 months ago, right around when the condom sabotage probably started. But it gets so much worse. I found a fertility tracking journal hidden in her nightstand. Detailed charts of her cycle, optimal conception days circled in red, and notes like "insuspicious about condoms, need to be more careful and suggest spontaneous sex on the 14th. There were also notes about my work schedule, when I'd be tired or stressed, when I'd be most likely to go along with it. She'd been studying me like a psychology experiment. The most messed up part. She had a whole timeline written out. Get pregnant by October, announce by November, pressure for quick wedding by December before showing. She even had venue options researched and a list of reasons why we can't wait once she's pregnant. I took pictures of everything with my phone. My hands were shaking the entire time. Thursday night, she made dinner and was being extra affectionate. She suggested we have wine and see where the night takes us. When I went to get a condom, she stopped me and said, "Do we really need that? We trust each other completely." I made some excuse about not wanting to risk anything yet, and she got this look on her face, disappointed but trying to hide it. Then she said, "You know, Noah, sometimes the best things in life are unplanned. Maybe we should stop being so careful about everything." When I insisted, she got quiet and sulky for the rest of the evening. Friday, she barely spoke to me, gave me the cold shoulder treatment until I asked what was wrong. "I just feel like you don't trust me," she said. "Like you're keeping barriers between us even in our most intimate moments. It makes me feel like you don't see a real future with us." Yesterday, my sister came over while Lena was at work. I showed her the evidence. Chloe just sat there staring at the photos, her face getting paler with each one, then looked at me and said, "Noah, this isn't just baby trapping. This is reproductive coercion. It's a form of abuse." That word, abuse, hit me like a truck. I've been thinking of this as manipulation or deception, but Chloe's right. Lena has been systematically violating my consent and bodily autonomy for months. I called out sick today because I couldn't face pretending everything was normal. I've been researching lawyers and trying to figure out my next steps. The worst part is that part of me still loves her. The woman who brings me coffee in the morning and laughs at my stupid engineering jokes. But that woman has been lying to my face and sabotaging my reproductive choices for months. I know I have to confront her, but I'm scared. What if she's already pregnant? What if she doubles down and tries to gaslight me? What if she really is pregnant and it actually is mine? I feel like my entire relationship has been a lie. Edit. Thank you for all the support. Yes, I'm going to confront her this weekend. I'm also going to suggest we both get STD tested if she's been this deceptive about pregnancy. Who knows what else she's lying about? To the people asking about legal action, I'm consulting with a lawyer next week. Apparently, reproductive coercion is illegal in some states and can void any parental rights support obligations if pregnancy resulted from it. She just texted that she has exciting news to share when she gets home. My stomach is in knots. Update 2. Posted 1 week ago, I don't even know where to start. Last weekend was the worst and best week of my life simultaneously. When Lena came home with her exciting news, I already knew what it was going to be. She had this glow about her and kept touching her stomach. She made this elaborate dinner, lit candles, the whole production. "Noah, I'm pregnant," she announced, showing me a positive pregnancy test. "I know we weren't officially trying, but isn't this amazing? It's like the universe decided for us." I just stared at her. This woman who had been systematically sabotaging our birth control for months, acting like this was some magical surprise. The audacity was breathtaking. She immediately started talking about wedding timelines. "We should do something small and quick, maybe next month. I don't want to be showing too much in photos." She had spreadsheets, guys. Freaking spreadsheets with venue options and budget breakdowns, all ready to go. I told her I needed time to process the news. She seemed confused by my lack of enthusiasm, but agreed to give me space to adjust to the idea of being a father. That's when I made the call that changed everything. I'd been researching prenatal paternity testing, and there's now a non-invasive option that just requires the mother's blood. It can be done as early as 8 weeks. I convinced Lena we should get early pregnancy blood work done to make sure everything's healthy with our baby. She was thrilled that I was taking interest and showing responsibility. The paternity test results came back 3 days ago. It's not mine. I sat in my car outside the lab for an hour just staring at that paper. All this time, I thought she was trying to trap me with my own child. The reality is so much worse. She was trying to pass off someone else's baby as mine. I went straight to Chloe's house. She took one look at me and knew something was catastrophically wrong. When I showed her the results, she actually gasped out loud. "Noah, this means she was sleeping with someone else during the same time she was sabotaging your condoms." She wasn't just trying to get pregnant by you, she was covering her bases. The confrontation happened yesterday. I printed out everything, the fertility drug prescriptions, her tracking journal, photos of the sabotaged condoms, and the paternity test results. I laid it all out on our kitchen table when she got home from work. "Lena, we need to talk." Her face went white when she saw the papers. She tried to deny it at first, said I was crazy, that I was violating her privacy by going through her things. Then she saw the paternity test results. She broke down completely. Turns out she'd been sleeping with her ex-boyfriend Marcus during her fertile windows for the past 3 months. Her plan was to get pregnant by either him or me, then pin it on whichever guy would be the better father and provider. "I knew you'd be a good dad," she sobbed. "Marcus is unreliable, but you have a stable job and want a family eventually. I thought if it happened naturally, you'd be happy about it." I asked her if she realized what she'd done to me. She actually said, "I did it because I love you and want a future with you." That's when I lost it. I told her that wasn't love, it was possession, manipulation, and abuse. That she'd violated my consent, my trust, and my right to make decisions about my own reproduction and future. She's been staying at her sister's since Thursday. I've been going through our apartment, packing up her stuff. I found more evidence of the deception. Texts with Marcus about their hookups, Google searches about passing paternity tests, even a draft email to Marcus asking for money for an abortion if the other plan doesn't work out. I contacted a lawyer yesterday. Apparently what she did constitutes reproductive coercion in our state, and the evidence I have is more than sufficient. More importantly, since she committed fraud regarding paternity, I have no legal obligations to her or the child. I also called Marcus. He had no idea he might be a father or that Lena was trying to pin the pregnancy on someone else. He's furious and is apparently consulting his own lawyer about filing charges against her. I feel empty, relieved but empty. 2 years of my life and I never really knew who she was. Edit. Yes, I'm getting STD tested, already scheduled. To everyone asking about Marcus, he seems like a decent guy who got played just as much as I did. We're actually coordinating our legal responses. Lena has been texting nonstop begging for another chance, saying she'll do anything to fix this. I've blocked her on everything and my lawyer has sent a cease and desist letter. Final update. Posted 3 days ago, the saga has reached its conclusion. And honestly, I'm posting this final update as much for my own closure as for you guys who have been following this insanity. First off, thank you to everyone who supported me through this. The Reddit community kept me sane when I felt like I was losing my mind. The legal resolution happened faster than I expected. Lena's baby is definitely Marcus's. We did a second paternity test through the court system to make it official, and the results were identical. Marcus has stepped up to co-parent. They're not getting back together, but he's taking financial responsibility for his child. My lawyer worked out a settlement that basically makes it legally clear that I have no parental obligations or rights to this child. Lena can never come after me for support, medical expenses, nothing. I also insisted on a clause that if she ever tries to contact me again or tells anyone I'm the father, she'll face additional legal consequences. The reproductive coercion charges were tricky because the laws vary so much by state, but the evidence was strong enough that Lena agreed to the settlement rather than risk going to court and having everything become public record. Her reputation is pretty much destroyed anyway. Word got out at her workplace, and she ended up resigning. Most of our mutual friends have also cut contact with her after finding out what happened. The financial stuff was simpler. Since I'd been paying most of our shared expenses and she was technically committing fraud, I was able to get out of our lease without penalty. She had to find somewhere else to live and deal with moving out her stuff. The apartment is officially mine now. I've redecorated, got a new bed, basically erased all traces of her. It feels like my space again. I'm doing better than I expected. The betrayal still stings, but mostly I feel relief. I dodged a massive bullet. Imagine if I hadn't found the evidence. I'd be married to someone who fundamentally doesn't respect me, raising a child that isn't mine, trapped in a relationship built on lies. Chloe has been amazing through all this. She never once said, "I told you so," just supported me and helped me see that this wasn't my fault. Family is everything. I'm not ready to date again yet, but I'm not sworn off relationships forever either. I've learned what red flags to watch for, and I trust myself more now to act on my instincts instead of dismissing them. I'm single, I'm free, and I'm going to be just fine. Edit. For those asking about the legal costs, my lawyer worked on contingency plus the settlement covered most fees. Totally worth it for the peace of mind. Yes, I kept all the evidence. Yes, I'm keeping it indefinitely just in case she tries anything in the future. Thank you for all the support comments and messages. Time to close this chapter and move forward. Peace out, Reddit. Story 10. So I've been with Tessa for 3.5 years. We moved in together about 18 months ago and I was planning to propose this fall. Had the ring picked out, deposit down, the whole thing. We're in Austin, I work in supply chain analytics, she's in marketing. Pretty stable setup. No major fights, compatible lifestyles, or at least I thought so. 2 weeks ago, she came home from drinks with her sister Riley and her coworker Bree. I was making dinner, some pasta thing I'd been working on. She sat down at the kitchen counter with this serious expression and said she needed to talk about something important. I figured maybe it was wedding timeline stuff or wanting to adopt a dog. Instead, she told me she's been thinking a lot about how she settled down young and never really had a chance to be wild and free in her 20s. She said Riley, who's 33 and just ended her third engagement, has been telling her she wasted her 20s in relationships and missed out on experiences that define you. Bree's apparently been taking her out to clubs and showing her what the real Austin nightlife looks like. According to Tessa, they both said I was great but too stable, and that she needed to figure out who she was outside of being someone's girlfriend. Then came the actual ask. She wants us to take a break. 6 to 12 months. She said she loves me and sees a future together, but she needs to get this out of her system first. Go out more, date other people, figure out who she is outside of a relationship. Her exact words were, "I just need to know what else is out there before I settle down forever. You're amazing, but I don't want to wake up at 40 wondering what I missed." I sat there for maybe 30 seconds just processing. She kept talking, saying things like, "We can revisit things after, and you're the person I want to end up with. I just need this time." She had this whole timeline planned out. She'd stay with Riley for a few months. We'd check in periodically. And then, when she was ready, we'd move forward with the engagement. She genuinely seemed to think I'd agree to pause our relationship while she went off to explore, and then we'd pick up where we left off when she was done. I asked her if she understood what she was actually asking. She said yes, that she'd thought about it a lot and this was important for her growth. She even said some therapist she'd seen twice told her it was healthy to explore your identity. So I looked at her and said, "Okay, take all the time you need." She smiled and hugged me, relieved. I don't think she caught the tone. Here's the thing, I wasn't agreeing to wait. I was ending it. I let her stay in that happy moment for about 5 minutes while I finished the pasta. Seemed pointless to ruin her dinner before she'd eaten. After we sat down, I told her clearly that if she needed to go figure herself out, she should absolutely do that, but I wouldn't be here when she got back. This wasn't a pause button situation. The smile dropped. She said, "Wait, what? I didn't mean we'd break up, I meant a break." I said that's the same thing to me. She got upset, said I was being unfair and not even trying to understand her perspective, that I was making this harder than it needed to be. I told her I understood perfectly. She wanted me as a backup plan while she had her fun. I'm not interested in being anyone's safety net. She started crying, saying she didn't mean it like that she thought I'd at least give her a chance to think about it more. I said she'd clearly already thought about it plenty. She asked what she was supposed to do now, and I said that was up to her. She wanted freedom. Now she had it. The apartment lease is in my name. I refunded her half of what we'd spent on shared furniture and kitchen stuff, gave her 2 weeks to move out, and scheduled a 4-hour window with the building concierge so she could come get her things while I wasn't there. I returned the ring deposit and set up one email address just for logistics. Anything else gets ignored. I'm not doing the back and forth emotional processing thing. She moved in with Riley temporarily. Since then, I've gotten a dozen texts ranging from apologetic to angry to nostalgic. I haven't responded to any of them. I canceled the ring and redirected that money into a gravel bike and some camera gear I've been wanting. Started training for a sprint triathlon. Nothing crazy, just mornings at the pool and trail rides on weekends. Signed up for a bouldering pass and a pottery throwing class on Thursday nights. My buddy Caleb's rule is, don't audition for anyone, be the best version of yourself for you. My question for Reddit: did I handle this too coldly? Some friends are saying I didn't even try to work through it with her, that I just shut down. Others are saying I set a clean boundary and stuck to it. Tessa's been telling people I gave up without a fight, which honestly bugs me because I don't see what there was to fight for. She wanted out, I let her out. I feel fine mostly. Not great, but functional. I'm sleeping okay, eating normally, showing up to work. It's weird coming home to a quieter apartment, but I'm adjusting. The training stuff helps. There's something clarifying about getting up at 5:30 a.m. to swim laps when you're not sure what else to do with yourself. The pottery class is actually pretty meditative, even though I'm terrible at it. I genuinely think I made the right call, but I also keep second-guessing whether I should have at least tried to talk her out of it or given her a chance to take it back. So Reddit, am I the asshole here or did I do the reasonable thing? Edit. A few people are asking if she actually wanted to break up and was just hoping I'd do it for her. Honestly, I don't think so. She seemed genuinely surprised when I said I wouldn't wait. She kept saying things like, I didn't mean forever, and I thought you'd understand. I think she really believed she could have both, the freedom to explore and the security of knowing I'd be here. The problem is, I'm not a pause screen. Update 1. Thanks for all the responses on the original post. Wasn't expecting it to blow up like that, but I appreciate everyone who took the time to weigh in. I've had 6 weeks to sit with the decision, and I'm confident I did what I needed to do. Quick update on where things stand. I'm doing better than I expected. The training schedule is consistent now. Mornings are usually a swim or a long ride on the gravel bike. Evenings are either at the climbing gym or the pottery studio. Caleb keeps checking in to make sure I'm not just running away from feelings, but honestly, the structure helps. It's not about avoiding anything. It's about building something deliberate instead of sitting around processing a situation that doesn't need more processing. The pottery class is actually pretty great. I'm still bad at it. Last week, I made a bowl that collapsed in the kiln and looked like a sad pancake. But there's something satisfying about working with your hands and having nothing to show for it except the knowledge that you tried. Climbing gym is where things got interesting. I've been going to this place on the east side 3 or 4 times a week, usually after work. It's busy enough that you don't feel self-conscious, but not so packed that you're waiting around for routes. About 3 weeks ago, I was working on a V3 problem and tweaked my finger on a crimp hold. Nothing serious, just a little pulley strain. I was trying to figure out if I should tape it or just call it a day when this woman walked over and asked if I needed help. Her name's Harper. She's a physical therapist, which was lucky timing. She showed me how to buddy tape the finger properly and said I should ice it that night and take a couple days off climbing. We ended up talking for maybe 20 minutes. Turned out she'd been climbing there for about a year and had seen me around a few times. She's got this easy, straightforward energy. No pretense, no performance. She asked if I wanted to grab coffee after our next session, and I said sure. We met up that Saturday after climbing. Ended up talking for like 2 hours at this place near the gym. Found out she's into co-op games. We spent half the conversation comparing notes on Stardew Valley mods and whether Elden Ring is actually fun or just punishing. She says punishing is part of the fun. I'm not convinced. She does trail running on weekends and meal preps every Sunday because she's too busy during the week to think about food. She's 30, lives in South Austin, has a dog named Biscuit who's part terrier and part chaos. I'm not saying this is going anywhere specific, but it's been nice to talk to someone who isn't trying to decode me or project some narrative onto what I should be feeling. Harper's just straightforward. If she's interested, she says so. If she's not, I assume she wouldn't waste her time. It's refreshing. Now for the less great part, Tessa's been reaching out. Started about 2 weeks after the breakup with a "Hey, hope you're doing okay" text. I didn't respond. Then it was a few messages about random stuff we used to talk about, recipes she thought I'd like, a show we'd been planning to watch, some inside joke about something that happened at her work. Still didn't respond. Last week, she sent a longer message around 11 p.m. Said she's been thinking about things and realizing maybe she overreacted, that Riley and Bree might have gotten in her head more than she thought. She said she misses me and wants to talk things through properly, that she's been going out with them and it's not as fun as she thought it would be. She asked if we could meet for coffee. I broke my no-contact rule for this one. Sent a single email to the logistics address I'd set up. I appreciate you reaching out, but I've moved on. I'm not interested in revisiting what happened or trying to rebuild something that didn't work the first time. I hope you find what you're looking for, but it's not going to be with me. Please respect that and stop reaching out. She replied within 10 minutes, didn't use the logistics email, just texted directly. Said I was being unfair and not giving her a chance to explain, that I owe her a conversation after 3.5 years. I didn't respond to that one. She sent 2 more texts over the next few days, one apologetic and one accusing me of punishing her for being honest about her needs. I've ignored both. Caleb says she's going to escalate before she lets it go. He knows her well enough to predict that. I'm hoping he's wrong, but I'm also prepared if he's right. I've kept all the messages in a folder just in case, but I'm not engaging. Harper knows the broad strokes. I told her I got out of a long-term relationship recently and that my ex is having trouble accepting it's over. She didn't press for details, just said that sounded frustrating and if I ever needed to talk about it, she was around. That was it. No drama, no competitive weirdness, no trying to position herself as the better option. Just acknowledgement and moving on with the conversation. I don't know where things are going with Harper. We've hung out maybe 4 or 5 times now, climbing, coffee, one long walk around Zilker with Biscuit. It's easy. I'm not in a rush to label it or define it. For now, it's just good to be around someone who isn't treating connection like a strategy game. That's where I'm at. The triathlon training is progressing. Did my first brick workout last weekend, bike, then run, and it was humbling but doable. The Pottery Bowl situation remains dire, but I'm getting better at centering the clay. Work is steady. Life feels more intentional than it did 2 months ago. I think the biggest shift is this. I'm not waiting for anything anymore. I'm not in a holding pattern, not marking time until something changes. I'm just building the life I actually want, and it turns out that feels pretty good. Update 2. It's been about 4 months since the breakup now. Things with Harper have gotten more serious. We're clearly dating at this point, and it's going well. She's steady, competent, doesn't play games. We've settled into a rhythm, climbing twice a week, co-op gaming on weeknights when we're both too tired for anything else, meal prep Sundays at her place. She met Caleb and his girlfriend last month and they got along great. It feels like a real relationship built on actual compatibility, not just momentum or convenience. The reason I'm posting again is because Tessa's behavior escalated over the past few weeks, and I had to handle it more directly than I wanted to. It started about 6 weeks ago. Harper and I were at the climbing gym on a Tuesday night, our usual spot, and Tessa walked in. I noticed her immediately because she was wearing brand new climbing shoes and a harness that still had the tags tucked in. She's never climbed in her life. She made a show of looking around like she was trying to find the check-in desk, saw me, and did this surprised, "Oh my God, Noah, what are you doing here?" thing. I kept it brief. Said hi, mentioned I'd been climbing here for a while, introduced Harper as my girlfriend. Tessa's smile went stiff. She said something about how Riley had been telling her to try climbing and this gym had good reviews. Then she just kind of lingered nearby for the next hour, attempting routes poorly and glancing over every few minutes. Harper noticed but didn't say anything. We finished our session and left. The next week, she showed up again. Same gym, same awkward energy. This time she tried to strike up a conversation about how much she loved climbing and whether I had any tips for beginners. I told her the staff offered intro classes and we needed to get back to our workout. Harper was patient about it, but I could tell it was starting to register as weird. Then, 2 weeks ago, Tessa showed up at the pottery studio. That one was harder to write off as coincidence. The studio is in a weird industrial area off East Riverside, not exactly somewhere you stumble into. She walked in halfway through the class, said she'd just signed up for the session, and set up at the wheel directly across from me. Spent the whole 2 hours watching me more than her own clay. The instructor had to correct her positioning like 5 times because she wasn't paying attention. I didn't engage beyond basic politeness. After class, I pulled the instructor aside and quietly mentioned that my ex had started showing up at places I frequent, and I wanted to give him a heads up in case it became a pattern. He appreciated the notice and said he'd keep an eye on it. That same week, Harper started getting Instagram comments from an account with no posts and a generic username. Stuff like rebound relationships never last, and some people move on before they've actually processed anything. The account had been created 3 days earlier. Harper screenshotted everything and blocked it, but then another account popped up with similar comments. We both knew who it was. At that point, I documented everything. Screenshots of the burner accounts with timestamps. Notes on the gym and studio appearances with dates and details. I notified the gym manager about a potential harassment situation, didn't name Tessa outright, but made it clear that someone from my personal life was showing up repeatedly in a way that felt targeted. The manager said they'd keep an eye out and would intervene if it continued. I did the same with the pottery studio instructor. 3 days ago, Tessa texted asking if we could meet in person to talk like adults. I ignored it. She followed up with another message saying she just wanted closure and I owed her that much. I didn't respond to that either. Then yesterday, she showed up at my apartment building. The concierge called up to ask if I was expecting a visitor named Tessa. I said no and asked him not to let her up. He told her I wasn't available and she left. That was the line for me. I texted her and said we could meet for 20 minutes at a coffee shop near my office during my lunch break today. Public place, time limit, done. She agreed immediately. I got there first, picked a table near the counter where there were people around. She showed up 10 minutes late, which I'm pretty sure was intentional, some kind of power move or test to see if I'd wait. I had already decided I'd leave at the 20-minute mark no matter what. She sat down and immediately started talking about how much she'd been thinking and how she'd made a huge mistake. Said Riley and Bree had been toxic influences, and she'd realized that stability and partnership were what actually mattered. She said she'd stopped going out with them and had been focusing on herself. Then she said, "I've experienced enough now to know you're the one. I'm ready to try again." I let her finish, then told her I wasn't interested in trying again. She asked why not, said she'd done the work, figured out what she wanted, and was choosing me now. I said the problem was the word now. She'd had the chance to choose me from the beginning, and she didn't. I wasn't a prize at the end of her trial phase. She got defensive, said I was being cold and holding a grudge. I said I wasn't holding a grudge, I'd moved on. I told her the gym and studio appearances needed to stop, that the burner accounts targeting Harper were unacceptable, and that showing up at my building crossed a line. She tried to deny the Instagram accounts at first, then shifted to saying she was just trying to understand who Harper was because I'd moved on so fast. I said it had been 4 months, I didn't owe her an explanation, and how I spent my time wasn't her business anymore. She started crying, said I was being cruel, and that I'd clearly never loved her if I could cut her off this completely. I didn't take the bait. Told her I'd loved the person I thought she was, but that person wouldn't have asked for a break to date other people and then expected me to wait around. I said I hoped she found what she was looking for, but it wasn't going to be with me, and she needed to stop contacting me and showing up in my life. She asked if Harper knew she was second choice. I said Harper wasn't second anything. She was someone who knew what she wanted and didn't need to test the market before committing. Then I stood up, said the 20 minutes were up, and left. She sent 3 more texts after that. I didn't read them. Blocked her number, blocked her on all social media, and sent one final email to the logistics address saying that any further contact would be considered harassment, and I'd involve authorities if needed. Haven't heard anything since, but it's only been a day. Harper's been great through all of this. When I told her about the meeting, she just asked if I was okay and whether I needed anything. No jealousy, no insecurity, no making it about her. Just straightforward support. That's the difference, I think. Harper doesn't need constant reassurance or validation. She's just present and solid. Caleb was right that Tessa would escalate before letting it go. I'm hoping this is the end of it, but I'm keeping all the documentation just in case. The gym manager and pottery instructor both have my contact info if she shows up again, and the building concierge has a note on file not to let her up. I don't feel angry about any of this, honestly. Mostly just tired. I made my choice 4 months ago, and I've stuck with it. She made hers too, she just didn't like how it turned out. That's not my problem to fix. Life's good otherwise. The triathlon is in 3 weeks. I'm as ready as I'm going to be. Harper's coming to watch, which is nice. The pottery bowl situation has improved slightly. I made a mug last week that's mostly symmetrical. Work's been busy but manageable. I'm in a good place. Final update. It's been 14 months since the breakup, 10 months since my last update. And enough has happened that it feels worth closing the loop. The short version. I'm doing really well. Life's gone in directions I wouldn't have predicted, and I'm glad I stuck to my boundaries back when Tessa was pushing to reconnect. Work stuff first. I got promoted 4 months ago. They launched a pilot program for lean logistics, basically streamlining supply chain processes to cut costs and improve delivery times, and they wanted someone to run it. I pitched a framework based on some projects I'd been working on in my spare time, and they went for it. It's more responsibility, better pay, and honestly more interesting than my previous role. The discipline I built through the triathlon training translated directly to how I approached the project. Consistent effort, clear milestones, adjusting when something isn't working. Turns out that mindset applies to more than just swimming laps at 5:30 a.m. The photography thing took off in a way I didn't expect. I've been shooting trail rides and hikes for about a year, mostly just posting them to a personal Instagram, and someone from a local gallery saw them and asked if I'd be interested in showing a series. They had a Emerging Austin Artists exhibit last month, and I had 8 prints on the wall. Sold 3 of them. It's not a career shift or anything, but it's cool to have something I care about get recognized. The volunteer work has been the most rewarding part, though. Harper and I started doing pet adoption photography for a local shelter about 6 months ago. I shoot the portraits. She handles the animals. They trust her immediately, probably the PT training. We go in twice a month and spend a few hours getting good photos of dogs and cats that need homes. The shelter said adoption rates went up about 30% after they started using our photo, instead of the old phone snapshots they were doing. Feels good to contribute something tangible. Harper and I are solid. We moved in together in August, found a place near Barton Springs with good light and enough space for both our hobbies. She's still climbing, still running, still unshakable. I trust her in a way I didn't realize I'd been missing with Tessa. There's no second guessing, no testing, no wondering if she's going to wake up one day and decide she needs to find herself. She's just here fully, and that makes everything easier. As for Tessa, I haven't had any direct contact since that coffee shop meeting, but Austin's not that big and mutual friends talk. From what I've heard, things didn't go the way she hoped. The party lifestyle she was chasing didn't hold up. Bree apparently moved to Denver for a job, and the friend group kind of fractured after that. Tessa dated a few people. None of it stuck. One guy she was seeing for a few months turned out to be financially unreliable, and she ended up covering a bunch of expenses he never paid back. Another situation involved some kind of drama with overlapping relationships. She's still living with Riley as far as I know. A friend mentioned she'd been asking about me a few months ago. I didn't respond or reach out. That chapter's closed, and I'm not interested in reopening it even for closure's sake. 3 weeks ago, I proposed to Harper. We've been talking about it for a while. She's not someone who likes surprises, so we'd already agreed we were headed that direction. I picked a Saturday morning and took her to the Loop 360 bridge overlook at sunrise. It's one of her favorite spots for trail runs, and the light's incredible that time of day. I kept it simple, told her I wanted to build a life with someone who chose me first, and she was that person. Asked if she'd marry me. She said yes before I finished the sentence. We're planning a small wedding next spring. Nothing elaborate, just close friends and family, probably something outdoors. She wants to keep it low-key, and I'm fine with that. We're on the same page about most things, which makes planning easier than I expected. The triathlon went fine, by the way. Didn't place or anything, but I finished without injuring myself, and Harper was there at the end with biscuit and a beer. That felt like enough. I'm happy. It's not dramatic or complicated, it's just steady and good. I wake up next to someone who's all in, I work on projects I care about, I have hobbies that challenge me, and I'm not constantly wondering if the other shoe's going to drop. That's what I wanted, and that's what I got. Thanks for following along. I won't be updating again, this story's done, and I'm good with that. Story 11, my wife snapped. What are you now, my financial babysitter? When I asked her about the hotel charges during work days. So I planned a dinner party where she and her lover handed me the perfect evidence. I've been with Vanessa for 8 years, married for 5. She's a creative director at a marketing firm, I'm a civil engineer. We've always had a solid relationship, same goals, good communication, the works. But these past 3 months something's off, really off. It started with the overtime. Suddenly Vanessa's working until 9 to 10 p.m. almost every night. Weekend emergency projects that require her to go into the office. When I offer to bring her dinner, she gets defensive. You don't understand the pressure I'm under, James. I need to focus. Then there's the money. We've always been transparent about finances, joint accounts, shared goals, the whole thing. But I noticed some weird charges. Hotel stays during weekdays when she's supposedly at the office. Expensive dinners at places we've never been to together. When I asked about a $300 charge at some upscale steakhouse downtown, she said it was a client dinner and got pissy. Jesus, Logan, what are you now, my financial babysitter? I can't even take a client to dinner without you interrogating me like I'm some criminal. The physical stuff is what's really getting to me, though. We used to be intimate 2 to 3 times a week. Now it's been almost a month. She's always too tired or too stressed. But she's also suddenly super concerned about her appearance, new clothes, expensive skincare routine, working out more. When I compliment her, she barely acknowledges it. Last week was the breaking point. She came home around 11 p.m. claiming she was at the office, but her hair smelled like cologne. Not mine. When I mentioned it, she said it must be from the elevator or something and accused me of being paranoid and controlling. The stomach-dropping moment was yesterday. She left her laptop open and I saw a text notification pop up. Just a glimpse, but it was from Dee saying, "Can't wait to see you tomorrow." When she came back from the shower, the laptop was closed and she was acting normal, but I felt like I was going to throw up. I called my college friend Erica, she's a divorce attorney now, just to vent. She listened to everything and said the pattern sounds concerning. She asked if I wanted to be smart about this or just confront Vanessa directly. Part of me wants to just ask her straight up, but another part is terrified of what I'll find out. Am I being paranoid? Is this normal behavior when someone's under work stress? I feel like I'm going insane questioning everything. Edit. Holy shit, this blew up. Reading all your comments and I think I know what I need to do. A lot of you are saying what Erica hinted at, if something's really going on, I need to be strategic, not emotional. Going to talk to her more tomorrow. For those asking about Dee, Vanessa's boss is named Damien. They've worked together for about 2 years. She's mentioned him before, but nothing seemed weird until recently. Update 1. 4 months ago, you guys called it. Started investigating, and what I found is devastating. Thanks for all the support on my last post. The advice about being strategic instead of confrontational probably saved my ass. I've spent the last 2 months quietly documenting everything, and the picture that's emerging is terrifying. I met with Erica properly, not just as a friend, but as my attorney. She wasn't giving friendly advice anymore, she was in full legal mode. If Vanessa is having an affair and there's financial impropriety, we need months of solid evidence before making any moves, she explained. So I started the long process of documentation. Screenshots of bank charges, photos of her coming home late, detailed notes about behavior changes. Erica taught me what I could legally access and what I couldn't. Turns out joint accounts and shared computers are fair game. The hotel charges tell a story. The Marriott downtown, same room type, same weekday afternoons, same 2-hour windows. 11 times over the past 4 months, all charged to our joint credit card. When I mapped the dates, they correspond perfectly with her emergency work meetings. But the financial stuff is what made my blood run cold. Vanessa's been systematically moving money from our joint savings to her personal account. Started small, $200 here, $300 there. But over 6 months, she's moved $18,000. Every time I've asked about depleted savings, she's had excuses. Unexpected work expenses. Emergency car repairs. That expensive dental work, remember, I checked. No dental work, no car repairs, no legitimate expenses. Erica had me install monitoring software on our shared computer, completely legal since it's jointly owned. The browser history reads like a manual for financial infidelity, how to hide assets during divorce, community property laws in our state. Can my husband claim half of money I earned? She's been planning an exit strategy while gaslighting me about being paranoid. The Damien connection is confirmed. Email threads discussing their private meetings and text messages about finally being together without sneaking around. There's correspondence about a vacation to Napa Valley next month that she hasn't mentioned to me. Hotel confirmations under both their names. I haven't confronted her yet. Every day I come home, see her acting normal, and know she's actively betraying me. She makes dinner, asks about my day, talks about our future together, all while planning to financially destroy me and run off with her boss. The psychological toll is brutal. Some nights I lie awake wondering if I'm the crazy one. But then I look at the evidence folder on my computer, now over 200 files, and know I'm seeing clearly for the first time in months. Erica says we're building an airtight case, but it takes time. Patience now means victory later, she keeps telling me. Let her dig her own grave deeper. I'm scared about what we'll discover next, but I'm done being played for a fool. Edit. For those asking about timelines, yes, this process takes months. You can't just storm into court with a hunch. Real evidence takes time to gather. Update 2. 2 months ago, the trap worked perfectly. We have everything, and the legal war has officially begun. 4 months since my original post, and everything has escalated dramatically. The investigation phase ended with a perfectly executed plan Erica devised. We needed concrete evidence of the affair, not just financial records and suspicious behavior, but audio-visual proof that would be undeniable in court. The dinner party was our trap. Erica's idea. Invite Vanessa's work colleagues over, including Damien, and create opportunities for them to reveal themselves. Recording devices in common areas, legal in our state with single-party consent, strategic conversations, and careful observation. Vanessa was nervous about the whole thing. When I suggested hosting her work team, she immediately got defensive. Why do you suddenly care about meeting my colleagues? I played it off as wanting to be more supportive of her career stress. She agreed, but seemed on edge all week. The night itself was a masterclass in watching liars perform for an audience. Damien showed up in a suit that probably cost more than my monthly car payment. Silver hair, expensive watch, the kind of confidence that comes from thinking you're untouchable. But the dynamics were telling. Vanessa's other coworkers clearly knew something was happening. They kept shooting glances between her and Damien, and I caught more than one pitying look directed at me. These people know my wife is sleeping with her boss and they're eating at my table. The real gold happened during cleanup. Vanessa and Damien stepped onto the back patio to discuss the Morrison project. I had recording apps running on two hidden phones, one near the patio door, one I carried. They thought they were being discreet. They weren't. "We can't keep using the hotel," Vanessa said. "James has started questioning the charges." "Don't worry, baby. Just 2 more months. My situation will be resolved and we can stop all this sneaking around." His situation, meaning he's lying to someone else too. "I've moved most of the liquid assets already," Vanessa continued. "He has no idea about the business account or the down payment on the Santa Monica place." "You're brilliant," Damien replied. "By the time he realizes what's happening, you'll be financially independent. We both will be." Then they kissed, right outside my kitchen window. I somehow maintained composure through the rest of the evening, played the oblivious husband, thanked everyone for coming, even shook Damien's hand goodbye while knowing he'd been kissing my wife 5 minutes earlier. After everyone left, Vanessa was affectionate and grateful. "That was wonderful, honey. Thanks for making an effort with my work friends." Then she went to shower. I called Erica immediately. We met the next morning and officially filed for divorce. The recordings are legally bulletproof. The financial discoveries give us grounds for forensic accounting. Erica's already moved to freeze our joint accounts and filed preliminary motions for asset discovery. But here's the beautiful part. Erica investigated Damien's background. He's not getting divorced. He's married with twin daughters and no divorce proceedings anywhere in the system. He's feeding Vanessa the same lies she's feeding me. We also reported the affair to Damien's company. Their employee handbook strictly prohibits romantic relationships between supervisors and subordinates. HR launched an immediate investigation. The next few months will be brutal: discovery, depositions, asset tracing. But for the first time in half a year, I feel like I'm fighting back instead of slowly drowning. Vanessa still doesn't know I've filed. She'll be served papers at work next week. Time for consequences. Edit. Some of you are asking about the Santa Monica property. We're tracing it now. Looks like she used marital assets for a down payment on what was supposed to be their escape plan. Yes, I'm still living with her while the papers get served. Erica says it's important I don't do anything that could be seen as abandonment. Sleeping in the guest room, though. Update 3. 1 month ago, temporary orders hearing happened. This isn't the end, but it's a decisive victory. The months between filing and the temporary orders hearing were some of the strangest of my life. Vanessa was served at her office on a Tuesday morning, and by Tuesday evening she was alternating between rage, tears, and desperate bargaining. "James, we can work through this," she kept saying. "It was a mistake, a moment of weakness. We have 8 years together." I just looked at her and said, "Vanessa, this wasn't a moment. This was an 18-month strategic plan." The discovery process was brutal but revealing. Our forensic accountant found 3 accounts I didn't know existed, including the business account Vanessa mentioned during the patio recording. She'd been funneling money there for over a year, supposedly for freelance consulting work that never existed. The Santa Monica condo was real too. Down payment of $50,000 from our joint savings, purchase agreement in her name only, closing scheduled for next month. She'd planned to disappear to a new life while leaving me with our mortgage and her debts. Damien's situation imploded beautifully. His company suspended him pending investigation, and his wife, armed with evidence we provided through her attorney, filed for divorce and emergency asset protection. Turns out she'd suspected something for months but never had proof. The temporary orders hearing last week was everything Erica promised it would be. The judge reviewed our evidence, recorded admissions of affair, documentation of hidden assets, proof of financial deception, and Vanessa's own text messages discussing her exit strategy. The results: I get to stay in the house, since I can prove I can afford the mortgage alone. Vanessa is banned from accessing joint accounts without court approval. All asset transfers are frozen pending final resolution. Most importantly, the judge officially noted adultery and financial misconduct in the court record. This isn't the final hearing, Erica explained afterward, but it's a strong foundation. Now we have momentum. Vanessa's living with her sister temporarily. The Santa Monica condo deal collapsed when her financing disappeared. Turns out using stolen marital assets as a down payment